All right, we are back. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Study of the Soul, a Metaphysical Journey. I am Hadassah, Hadassah L, and we're back. We were having some technical difficulties. For some reason, it wasn't streaming on all of the social media platforms at once. So we had to stop, redo it, come back. So, yes, we did start on time. I will say that we did start on time, but hey, what was the powers of the air? How about that? Right? That was happening. So I was about to just go ahead and move forward. Yahweh said, nope, stop. Stop and just restart. I'm like, okay, so here we are. All right. So again, for those of you who are on Facebook, if you're seeing this and you're not connected to the our Facebook platform at all, then just go ahead and click like and follow on House of Hadassah. You could connect with me on my regular profile, Hadassah L. And then also, if you're on YouTube and you're new to the YouTube channel, then welcome. Make sure that you subscribe and then hit the notification bells for all of the new updates. And then across all platforms, share, right? Share. We're here every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. And I am looking to condense the time. I really am. Okay. But then when I ask, because I say in my prayer, I ask the Holy Spirit to do what the Holy Spirit does, take over, right? Fill my temple and share what it is that you need to share. And whatever time that he's on. Okay. So whoever needs to hear whatever needs to be said, then that's it. All right. So Study of the Soul, a Metaphysical Journey started as a result of just homeschooling, right? Being called to homeschool and really teach my children about Yahweh, right? And Yahweh throughout the entire universe and also within them. Um, I've been a minister for quite some time now. I know over 15 years, maybe even a little bit longer than that. And then Yahweh just told me one morning, hey, get up and this is what I want you to do every single morning on Saturdays. So every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, that'll be 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We are here. So you can tune in. You can good morning. Good morning, John. Welcome. So you can tune in if if you're cleaning or whatever the case may be, just listen, right? Just listen. We want to hit all learning styles. So if you're an auditory learner, you can listen. That's always good. Listening is a great skill that we all need to adopt, right? If you're visual, then you definitely want to, I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint just in a few. So it'll help you visually. And then if you are that kinesthetic learner where you need to be, active or involved, then make use of the chat. All right. Make use of the chat, type some things in there, and I'm going to make sure that I'm paying attention. And I do have another screen over here. So you may see me look off to the left because there is another screen to the left where I'm looking at the comments. So I don't want you to think that I'm not direct here and paying attention because I am, but I also want to look at the comments that I see above over here on the other screen so that I can be engaged with you all, right? So and welcome to Kana. Welcome, 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 welcome. So I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint right now. Let's see. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Let's see if we do screen share. Here we go. Mm, Window. There we are. There we are. Okay. So if you all can see that there, then we are fine. Let me move something just over. There we go. Now we are what we say, we're cooking with oil or gas or electricity or whatever or whatever it is that we cook with. Okay. So study of the soul, the metaphysical journey. This is really about bringing everything, home or into the reality. All right. Um, this is not, we're not a religious organization, not affiliated with any religious organizations of any kind, right? But this is about um our spirit, right? Our spirit, our soul, our mind, our body. And in the scriptures, it says that these three, spirit, soul, and body, are one, just as blood, water, spirit are one. And once we are whole in that way, where our spirit is not, we're not disconnected from spirit, or the soul is fragmented or being disconnected from the body, and which when you have that fragmentation, what we start to experience is all manner of sickness, illness, disease, debilitating conditions. Okay. And so when we can bring these things wholly and it becomes a reality with us and in us, then that is where we find our footing, our foundation, even our purpose, and we're able to serve, really serve, um, in submission to the Creator, right? The Holy Spirit being in us, and then going out and doing the work and whatever that, in the fullness of our capacity of why we're here on this earth anyway. Okay. And so I'm gonna go into here. All of this is really as a result, from some teachings from it's called IDMR, or the Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research, which was founded from a divine vision and revelation that was claimed by a gentleman by the name of Dr. Henry Clifford Kinley in the state of Ohio, June 6, 1930, 1931. There are some discrepancies about that year, whether it was 1930 or 1931, but either way, it was during the Great Depression. That is one thing that I do know and understand, but the date is very important. So the school was incorporated in the year 1931 in Springfield, Ohio. The corporation moved to the state of California in the year 1958, and branch schools were formed throughout the United States, Canada, and certain other foreign countries. So we will be using the true, correct, and original name and title of the Father, the Word or Son, and the Holy Spirit, which are contained in the original Hebrew text. Now, the true name of the Heavenly Father is Yahweh. It has been improperly substituted by Lord. The true title of the Word or Son is Elohim. It has been improperly substituted by God. The name of the Holy Spirit manifested in or out of a physical body is YAHSHUA. It has been erroneously substituted by Jesus Christ. Now, Lord and God are titles and not names. The Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians 8 and 5 tells us that there are Lords many and there are gods many, meaning that there are many Lords and there are many gods. But we now know that each Lord must have a name and each God must have a name also. Now, Elohim is a title, but unlike Lord and God, Elohim is a divine title. And this means that this title was the title that our Creator chose for himself. Jesus is a name, but it's an erroneous name. And a minor investigation on your part in a good dictionary or encyclopedia would prove that neither the Hebrew language, the Greek language, or the Latin language had any characters or letters that were produced the sound that is made by this letter J, and neither was there a letter J in the English language until some 1400 years after the Messiah's death. So, therefore, such names as Jesus and Jehovah are impossible renderings of the true, correct, and original name and title of our Father and His Son. And Christ is a title just like Lord and God. Now, Yahweh is pure spirit. And in this state, he is incomprehensible and inscrutable. He is the ultimate source, substance, limits, and bounds of everything. We have Yahweh symbolized on this chart as a cloud. Now, Yahweh is not a cloud. He merely chose a cloud to symbolize himself because a cloud has no particular or descriptive shape and form. Now, we have drawn this cloud all around the edges of this chart to show you that everything on the chart is within the cloud. And in like manner, everything in the universe abides within the pure spirit state of Yahweh. Now, Yahweh, knowing that man could not perceive of him in this pure spirit state, took on shape and took on form right within himself as Elohim. This is the Word or Son, a super incorporeal being that can only be understood in divine visions and seen in divine revelations. And later on, this self-same spirit manifested himself in the physical body and walked the earth plane as YAHSHUA the Messiah, whom the world calls Jesus Christ. Now there is only one name given unto salvation, and we must know that name. So the simple and yet intelligent question that we should ask ourselves is, what was the name of the Savior during the time that he walked the earth plane? And a further understanding of this name and title may be had by reading the preface of the Holy Name Bible. Now, also, we teach by the divine pattern of the universe. It is called the divine pattern because it is Yahweh's pattern. Now, after Yahweh led the children of Israel out of Egypt, he called Moses atop of Mount Sinai and showed him this tabernacle pattern in a vision. Now, Yahweh instructed Moses to build one exactly like it in the wilderness of Sinai. This pattern consists of the most holy place, the holy place, and the outer court or court roundabout. These three compartments make up the one tabernacle pattern. We show proof that everything in the universe is made and operates according to the structure and function of this threefold pattern, and that absolutely nothing escapes the pattern. So, our primary constitutional aims and objectives are as follows. Oh, we skipped. All right. 1, to help you find and know Yahweh as he really is and actually exists. 2, to form a nucleus of universal brotherhood of humanity in YAHSHUA the Messiah without distinction of race, nationality, creed, sex, caste, or color. 3, to investigate the unexplained spirit law or so-called law of nature and the powers latent in man. 4, to encourage and promote the study of the scriptures, comparative religions, psychology, philosophy, and modern, practical, and occult science. 5, to extirpate current superstition, skepticism, and ignorance. 6, to learn, know, and understand the operation of Yahweh's eternal purpose through the dispensations and ages. 7, to discern and avoid being deceived by Lucifer, the serpent, the devil, the dragon, or Satan and his demons operating the mystery of iniquity on earth through the dispensations of time. 8. To earnestly contend for the common salvation and faith which was once delivered unto the sons or children of Yahweh. 9. To make known that Yahweh from the beginning ordained there is no other name given among men whereby man can be saved, saving the name of YAHSHUA the Messiah. And 10. To inherit eternal life now in the kingdom of YAHSHUA the Messiah with the hope of immortal glorification in the new earth state. Our watchword is peace, and our slogan is speak the truth. And our theme is Matthew 24:14-15. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. When you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whosoever reads, let him understand. And we do have some research help. So if you're, maybe like on your phone or something like that, you can take a screenshot of this. The Webster's Dictionary, 1828 edition, Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, Black's Law Dictionary, 3rd edition, the Pattern of Everything.org, YAHSHUA.org, yrm.org/Bible, etymologyonline.com, or what does it say? Etymononline.com. Amazon.com/Holy Name Bible AB Traina, and YouTube.com at Christopher Glenn /playlist. So those are the research helps. I'm often asked that question about, like, where do you, so I'm always sending this out to various people who inbox me about, just beginning their spiritual journey, and they really, really want to know and understand. And me having that experience a lot, I see now, where Yahweh is saying, okay, do this on Saturday mornings. And so that's why we are here. Okay. So we want to start off with, I want to start off just with a simple short prayer. So Heavenly Father, Yahweh Elohim, thank you for another day, right? Thank you for another day for us coming together to learn, know, and understand more about you, your purpose, pattern, and plan of salvation, and how that applies to us. You have done, just painstaking and long suffering, and given us so much grace so that we can really know you for ourselves and have a relationship with you, a true relationship with you where it is a reality with us. You do not wish for any of us to perish, but that we should all come into a knowledge and understanding of you and our relationship to you as your children and you as our Father. So we just want to say thank you. We love you and we appreciate you in everything that you have done for us, not just in the material things only, because that is just as a result of doing the first thing that you said, which is seek the kingdom of you, Yahweh, and your righteousness. And then all those things are just automatically added because of our obedience and our oneness with you. So again, thank you in the name of YAHSHUA the Messiah. Hallelujah. All right. So Our scripture lesson, and this may have been a scripture lesson last week, but this is what's coming up again this week. So we will go to you want me to get this one or the okay. Our scripture lesson is 1 Timothy chapter 4. And I'll be reading from the Holy Name Bible, containing the Holy Name versions of the Old and New Testament, critically compared with the ancient authorities and various manuscripts revised by the late A.B. Traina through the Scripture Research Association and reprinted by YAHSHUA Promotions. This Bible was made available for sale on Amazon.com/Holy Name Bible, or you can just put that in the search. However, it has been unavailable for quite some time. And so that is why we do have another reference on yrm.org, and we'll show those research helps again towards the end of our discourse. It's not the Holy Name Bible, but it does have the true and correct original Hebrew names of Yahweh Elohim and Yahshua the Messiah. So this is 1 Timothy chapter 4. Now the Spirit speaks expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of demons, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry, and commanding to abstain from foods which Yahweh has created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. For every creature of Yahweh is good, and nothing to be refused if it be received with thanksgiving. For it is sanctified by the word of Yahweh and prayer. But if you put the brethren in remembrance of these things, you shall be a good minister of Yahshua the Messiah, nourished up in the words of faith and of good doctrine, whereunto you have attained. But refuse profane and old wives' fables, and exercise yourself rather unto righteousness. For bodily exercise profits little, but righteousness is profitable unto all things, having promise of the life that which is now, and of that which is to come. This is a faithful saying, and worthy of all acceptation. For therefore we both have labor and suffer reproach, because we trust in the living Elohim, who is the Savior of all men, especially of those that believe. These things command and teach. Let no man despise your youth, but be you an example of the believers in word, in behavior, in love, in spirit, in faith, in purity. Till I come, give attendance to reading, to exhortation, to doctrine. Neglect not the gift that is in you, which was given you by prophecy, with the laying on of the hands of the, I can never pronounce this word, I'm going to try right now, of the uh, prosperity, the elders. That's what it means. I do know what it means. It means the elders. By the elders. I'm going to get that word down. Meditate upon these things. Give yourself wholly to them, that your progress may appear to all. Take heed unto yourself and unto the doctrines. Continue in them, for in doing this, you shall both save yourself and them that hear you. That was 1 Timothy chapter 4. And I see why that was so important to read, because these are the times that we're in. I know I was kind of going back and forth between first no, Second Timothy chapter 3 and then Timothy chapter 4. And I get them mixed up a lot of times because they talk about the last days or the last times, and we are in them, right? Um, the world has ended so many times. So many times the world has ended. But then, and it's kind of like there's a difference between the world and the earth. So when people hear the world is ending, it's like they're looking for this apocalypse or something where the earth is gonna like blow up or something like that. And it's like, no, understand that world and earth are two different things, right? And everybody is living in their own worlds, so to speak, right? So our world may come to an end. Then you have the world as we know it that comes to an end. Okay. Um, the earth is, it always goes through a transformation. All right. Um, and currently, right now, there's a app that my sister, she let's see, what is it called? I'm gonna grab my phone here. It's called Quake Feed. Okay, Quake Feed. And this particular app, it shows you where um the different like earthquakes are around the world. Okay, these earthquakes and the scales, you know, the meter on the Richter scale. But then they added wildfires, not fires, but wildfires. So she told me, she said, "Hey, download the app. And then after you download the app, I want you to click again, it's called Quake Feed, okay?" She said, "I want you to click on the little globe that you see, that globe icon on the left side." So I clicked on it. And she said, "Spin it around." She said, "You could zoom in and zoom out." I mean, like when you zoom in, um, I mean, it'll even show you like cars and buildings and houses and the people and all of that, right? I was like, wow, this is amazing. So she's like, okay, so you can zoom in, but then zoom out and just spin, like you can spin the globe. And she said, where do you see these wildfires? So so we know wildfires, they're not created by man. Okay, man didn't do it. It's just happening, these wildfires. So as I'm spinning this globe, I'm looking at the continent of Africa, um, the Europe, Asia, the South Pole. I mean, I'm going everywhere. I see no wildfires. South America, I see no wildfires. North America, where we are, wildfires, a bunch of them. That's not including the fires that may have happened because, somebody was cooking or somebody actually set it on fire, or, we're just talking about wildfires all across North America. Well, what did Yahweh say about him destroying the earth? Not the entire planet, but maybe like some portions. I mean, anytime that I have read in these scriptures, and I've had my Bible long enough to where I've read it, like the whole entire Bible. Okay. I read it. I read it 3 times, and then I studied and I continued to study. Okay. Because there are things that is certain things that we have to know and understand. Number one, if we're going to look at this book, okay, that's everywhere. It's all over. Different translations, all of that. If we're going to look at this book and we're going to ask some intelligent questions, who wrote it? Like, as a I'm homeschool vet, homeschooled for 12 years. And so I'm nearing the end of my homeschooling journey with my sons, right? Um, I always would ask them, or not ask them, I say, listen, because you want to understand. All right. You want to understand when you are reading, when you are comprehending, if you keep these, I think it was 5 or 6, and I'm going to say them, these things in mind, this will help you when you're reading. Who, what, when, where, why. So it's 6. And how, right? Not just 5 things, not who, what, where, when, and why, but who, what, where, when, why, and how. If you keep those things in mind when you are reading, and you can ask yourself these questions, because I've done it. I'm reading something, I question, okay, well, what? And YAHSHUA said in this book that I've sent you the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit. He shall teach you all things and bring you all things, right? Wait, let's get it. He shall teach you all things and bring all things in remembrance, whatsoever I have said unto you. So when you receive the Holy Spirit in your heart, scientifically, right? This has been, I mean, there's been studies, like all of these things, like please do the research. 10% of things that the intel, okay, we retain in our like memory bank in our brain, our mind, the neurological, all of that. But 90% of all memory is in the heart, or heart memory. In modern psychology, we call this the subconscious, right? So heart memory, subconscious memory, 90% is there. Now, the reason why that's 90% is because now we're repetitiously over and over and over again. So now it becomes heart memory. Okay. Directly or indirectly. Right? Directly or indirectly. And so in that, we must continue to come in contact with, right? Like, this is the reason why we do need to study the scriptures. It is at least showing that we are coming here in this book to understand our hearts, right? Open to receive, and the Holy Spirit will give you the answers. But you have to get it in first, right? You have to at least show. That's like, we have our we have our education platform, right? It's a homeschool and forex education platform. And the people that show up because they want to know and they want to get it. They don't just think, okay, this one time or this two times, or they continue to come and they study on their own. And then they come and we come together and they get more of the information and they have questions and the thing, you see what I'm saying? And they continue to um they succeed and then they fail and then they succeed again and then they fail and then they succeed and then they fail and then they're, you know, but they continue, right? They continue. And guess what? Then they start to get it. However, it's not that they're getting different things, right? Whatsoever is there, this is what we continually go over. It's the same thing. It's repetition over and over and over and over again, and not getting bored with that. Not getting bored with it. In the scriptures that talk about that, you know, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, here a little and there a little. Because those same things over and over and over and over and over again, now it becomes heart memory. And then you're just what they call subconsciously doing the thing. You don't have to think about it. It is, forget second nature, it's first nature, right? It's first nature. So in here, in this book, all right, when I've read, when there was just so much wickedness in the land, and the way Yahweh would end that, put an end to that. And at one point, we've heard the story of Noah, right? Noah preached, and Noah preached for 120 years that it was going to rain from the sky, or that it was going to rain. Now we have to keep in mind that uh and let's see. Okay. Well, we have this chart up. I have this chart up for a reason. Okay. So let's look. If you can see down here where it says like the flood, right? And you see this arc and stuff here. And the reason why we have this chart like we do is because the way Yahweh operates, the way that he operates according to a pattern, right? Like this purpose, pattern, or plan of salvation. We used to say pattern and plan, but it's pattern and plan, or pattern or plan, because there's a pattern in the plan, and it's threefold. And throughout the entire history, when you have this pattern where you are in the world and in your life and all of that today, when you have this pattern and you see and understand how this pattern works, you can put your life, you can put the world that you're in, participating in, and all of that, and put that pattern to it and see where you are in it. And that way, you're not you're not frazzled, you're not experiencing anxiety and worry and all of these different things, because you know where you are in the pattern. You know exactly where you are. And then in the theme, as it said, what's that? Matthew 24, 14 and 15. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached until all the, until all the world, or all the earth, and then shall the end come. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever reads, let him understand. So you got to read in order to understand, because he already spoke the word, and that word was whosoever reads. that is the one that is going to receive the understanding. Right? Like, did we even get that? I don't know how many times I read that, and then one fine day he just opened up my mind, and I was like, oh my gosh. Whosoever reads, let him understand. So it's like, so if you read it and you continue to read, not just read it one time, but you really, he already said you're going to understand it. He's going to give you the understanding. How was that? What, it's like if you show up, I'm going to give it to you, but not just one time. You see what I'm saying? So, what does that mean? Stand in the holy place. When you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. All right. So you have this pattern, and this pattern is threefold. This, the bottom here, where you see Egypt, okay, and you see this darkness, and you see these different, these are different Bible stories, okay, in different times, different ages and dispensations happening, and it's here. And this is why they say right here, court roundabout or outer court, because in this part of the threefold pattern, death took place. Death happened. Some form of death took place. Okay. Um, so this would be the abomination of desolation. When you see it, when you see just death, wickedness, all of that abounding, so therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand. He didn't say sit. He said stand. Stand in the holy place. Well, where's the holy place? So that means that you got to get out of here. Get out of the outer court. What happened with the children of Israel? What happened with Noah and them? I did say Noah and them, right? What happened with Noah and them? They got out of there. He preached for all that time, 120 years of grace. That was the grace period, right? 120 years of grace is what he gave them to get it together. And Noah, he, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. Well, to us, because we're in a different age and dispensation than they were. So to us, it's gonna rain. I mean, we all seen it's gonna rain from the sky. We've been seeing rain from the sky since we've been here. I know I have, right? Well, back then they didn't. It Water did not come from out of the clouds. Now, the water was already up there in the firmaments because you can see that just within the days of creation. It said he divided the waters. There was waters above in firmament and waters beneath. So it wasn't that it couldn't rain. The possibility was there. They just never saw it, right? So it wasn't a reality with them, but it was possible. Okay. The earth was watered from the waters beneath. So there was dew, that came up from the grass. And you can, you usually see that. You see that in the springtime. If you get up early in the morning, usually when you get up early in the morning, and if you happen to go outside early or whatever, you'll see dew or mist, on the grass and those things, right? So that is how they knew the earth to be watered from beneath, not coming out of the sky or out of the heavens. But he was telling them, basically prophesying, or a prophet is a messenger of Yahweh to tell you of things to come, whether it's in the world, whether it's like, personally in your life, Whether he's trying to reach somebody else and tell them, but they not listening, so he's gonna send you to tell them because they being hard-headed, right? It's just simply a messenger. It's nothing to be all, "Oh, the prophet," now you're idolizing them or anything like that. We don't do that, right? Like Yahweh's people don't do that. I don't know who else. Well, I do know who else does it, but I'm talking about Yahweh's people. His people, because he said, "I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. You shall have no other gods before me." Period. Period. Right? We're talking about the commandments and keeping the commandments. He introduced himself. "This is my name. This is what I did for you. I brought you up out of that house of bondage where you were with a whole lot of stuff was going on. And you shall not have any other gods before me." And there was a reason why he said that, because where they were, being there some 430 years and experiencing the bondage and that and all of that wasn't the whole 430 years that they were down there. It was maybe like 200 and something of those years, like half the time that they were there. Uh they were they were living steeped in the culture of the Egyptian way, right? And I mean, we were just I usually have my daughter sister, many people know her as sister, right? And she's usually like on YouTube and watching these the history documentaries and things like that. And so like we're across the hall from each other. I'm usually, in my office doing work, things like that, and right across the hall, she's in there and I can hear it, okay? So it was a documentary talking about, Egyptian culture and the history and all of those things, and they got into all of the different, their lifestyle, and they were polygamy, and that was their lifestyle. That was them, right? They were in the poly means many. So it was like, hey, many lovers, many wives, many husbands, uh many guys that they serve, like all of that type of stuff. That was their culture, that was theirs, right? So now you have this people, the Hebrew people, and they were Yahweh's people. Why were they Yahweh's people? Because of the covenant that he made with their forefather, which is Abram or Abraham. His name was Abram first, and then Yahweh renamed him Abraham, meaning the father of many nations. Okay. So, and he told Abraham what was going to happen with his descendants. He said, "Listen," and he told Abraham this in a dream. It was actually a nightmare. Like read it in the book, right? And he told him that, "Hey, your children, they are going to go down in Egypt and they will be evilly entreated. It's like it's going to happen. However, I am going to bring them out with great substance." So he told Abraham what was going to happen ahead of time, way ahead of time. Abraham had been long gone, but he let him know so that Abraham could tell his children, "Listen, this is going to happen. So make sure that you all do this, that, and the other," right? That's so if there be a prophet among you, I Yahweh will speak to him in a dream and in a vision. That was like Numbers chapter 12. I want to say verse 4 or 6 or something like that. So write that down, check that out. Yahweh, and those were Yahweh's words. That's what he said. if there be a prophet among you, I, Yahweh, will speak to him in a dream and a vision. Then he turned around and said, but for as my servant Moses, it is not so. I speak to him face to face as a man speaks to his friend. Why did he say that? Because Joshua, who was Yahshua, was right there with him as Moses' minister. That was Yahweh manifested in the physical body, walking in his earth plane again. That's how they got up out of there. That's why when he told Moses, I am come down and I see what's going on with my people. I hear the cries. I'm getting them up out of here. But that is what he told Abraham long time before that, right? So there they were in Egypt, in this dark place. Here's Noah. Noah saying that same type of thing happening. There's wickedness. It has, I mean, wickedness to the point to where it's reached heaven. We know that this is what's going on. And so tell the people, I'm giving them 120 years to get it together because I'm about to flood this place out. I'm about to flood it out. I got to cleanse it. What do you do with water, right? Don't you cleanse? When you clean up, you clean with water. I get in a shower in the morning or take a bath, nice little bath soak, okay? Or if you don't have time to be sitting in the tub, you at least shower, right? You shower. Water. Now we may use some soap, detergent, whatever it is that we use, but water, right? For cleansing. And so he said, listen, tell the people, because you got to have witness, got to give warning. They didn't take heed. They did not believe. They did not believe. This crazy man, he been talking about it's going to rain from the sky 120 years. It's something that they never saw before. So they did not believe it. And because it was so long, they really didn't believe this man. He was saying the same thing forever. It is crazy man go again. And then Yahweh had Noah doing something. Build this ark. He ain't built it by himself. But he told him what to do. Build this ark. Build it in this way and in this fashion. And you and your household. You and your house. Your sons' wives, your wife, and I want you to go grab up these animals, right? 2 by 2, male and female, because they must reproduce. Yahweh know what he doing, right? And so when it was it's time to board, time to get on the boat, time to get on the ship. And when they were all in there, who closed the door? Noah did not close the door. Yahweh closed the door. And when Yahweh closed the door, you cannot open the door. Only he can open the door. And he did not open the door. Now, if you really want to get the details of that and not just the clip notes, then that is why we have that reference of going to, let's go back a little bit, youtube.com at Christopher Glenn /playlist. Because in which book is that? Was it Jasher or was it Jubilee? Jasher, Jubilee, Jasher. I believe it was Jasher. And this is how you know that these are true, right? Because you have to have witnesses. You have to have where it's like, come on now. You got the same account in different books. In the mouths of 2 or 3 witnesses, let the matter be established. not just one. You need 2 or 3. So you have it in Genesis. You have it in Jasher. Mentions in the book of Jubilees. Mentions it in the book of Enoch. You see what I'm saying? Study to show yourself approved. A workman that needs not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. But you have to study and you have to look, ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be open. This is the reason why I put those study helps there, because upon my research, these are the things that I used. But people want to know, well, man, how did you know this stuff? And how did you? These were some of the research tools that I use. Now, there are research tools that I use before the internet really became like the internet has become. And I was at the library. I would drop my children off at school and go straight to the library. I worked in the evening. Like I went to school. I mean, when really started my research, this was in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Like 90 what? 93, 94, 95, 96, like somewhere around there. So yeah, I was going to the library, right? Like, man, I love the internet for research because I remember we used to be in the trenches. you know, you had to look up a book, you got to take the little catalog out and then flip through the little index cards and then go take the number and then go find it on the book. Like nobody has to do that now, right? You just go and the smartphone and use it in that way, right? So I just compiled those different research tools that I have used, and then there's some more as well. But that playlist, because there are a lot of people that's just, I don't have time to sit down and read this or read that or whatever. Okay. Well, Christopher Glenn on YouTube has an entire playlist that you can listen to. I mean, because I'm at that point now. It's like I need to listen to it while I'm cleaning or doing or whatever. Let me listen to the book of Enoch. Let me listen to the book of Jasher. The book of Jasher is the book of the upright. The book of the upright. All right. And YAHSHUA is our uprightness. YAHSHUA is our uprightness. But they were not upright down here in, and look, this is why this is this way for this pattern, right? So those that had that seed of righteousness in them, not that it was self-righteous, it was Yahweh's righteousness, and they were obedient. He was obedient. And so, all right, we could use you over into, this other space. Okay. And then he closed the door and flooded it out. And while the rains were coming down, people were beating on the door. Hey, open the door. Let us in. All of that. Listen to that book. Noah basically said, I told y'all, but you all did not listen. And you kept on. And now here it is, all the stuff that was being said. Now you want me to open the door? I can't open the door. Yeah, I can't open the door. This door is closed. Um, right? I mean, y'all had a space of repentance and you did not. These are things that people don't want to hear nowadays. They don't. They do not want to hear sound doctrine. They do not want to hear the truth, not truths with an S. They do not want to hear the truth. They don't. But it must be said, it must be spoken, it must be, because then, I mean, think about it. You were doing something, and this happens often. You're not giving notice of that. It's like, well, shoot, I didn't even know. How would I, you know? Okay, but then if there's things, there's put it the laws or whatever in place. If you didn't know about it, it doesn't mean it's like, well, it's just because you was ignorant of it, don't mean that you're not going to suffer the consequences. You still have to, right? And so it must be said, the gospel of the kingdom must be preached until all the world, and then shall the end come. Now, when the end comes, whether it is the world's end or the way that we knew the world system to be, because this is where we are. This is where we are. The way that we knew the world system to be. And on the other side of that, Yahweh is always preparing his people for the new order. We're not talking about new world order as far as man is concerned. We're talking about how Yahweh already had it set up from the beginning. It's like I already had it set up a certain way from the beginning. We're going back to this. We're going back to this drawing board right here. And those who will align themselves, be at one mint atonement, right? At the and and come back to these basics. These are the ones. And I know them by their fruit. I know them by their behavior, their conduct, their actions. I know them by their obedience. I know them by their preparation. And those are the ones. But then the ones that are, look, ignorance, ignoring, like whatever the case may be, now they're out. Now they're left behind. Now they're, you see what I'm saying? That is the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet. And that is that pattern, right? That's there. Okay, so now we don't want to harp and stay on here. Now you do what? Just like they did. First of all, they had to, there's a reason for that Passover. Take out a lamb. They had to prepare it, kill it, all of that a certain way, because that pointed up to Yahweh's lamb, right? YAHSHUA the Messiah. The scriptures are filled with allegories and symbolisms and metaphors and all of these things, filled with them. Okay, because it's like I'm trying to get you to understand by the things that you come in contact with in your reality every day. You know, well, what is the kingdom of heaven is like? What the kingdom of heaven is like, let me give you something that you can understand. You see what I'm saying? Let me give you something that, if this is the thing that you love so dear or whatever, or that you understand, then let me put it in this way to frame it so that you have an aha moment, right? And so that pattern, they had a lamb. There was a certain way they had to do it and prepare it. They had to drain the blood out and take the blood and put it on the inner doorpost at the top, and on the side post, dipping it from a basin that actually formed that cross. Um, they had to roast the lamb and have bitter herbs and all of these types of things. So when the Messiah came as the Lamb of Yahweh, right? Behold, the Lamb of Yahweh, his blood shed, just like they had to take that lamb and drain the blood and dip it from a basin on the inner post of the door of the house, because YAHSHUA said, I am the door. They had to put it on the door. I am the door, the way, the truth, and the life. And so here it is. He's on the cross. What? Nails in both hands. That's blood. The crown of thorns crushed on his head. That's blood at the top. Dipping it from the basin at the door. His feet nailed to the cross. So those were those 4 points of blood, right? And that's why they had to keep that Passover feast in remembrance, because it's like that was before the death, burial, resurrection of Yahshua the Messiah, keeping that feast to remember as a remembrance, because when he came, now they remember this is, and they can put it together. They can put those symbolisms and the two and two together. Like, this is the because they've been doing that repetitiously over and over and over and over and over again throughout their family, throughout their history, throughout their lineage, throughout. Right? Throughout. That's what they did. So this was like so that was the door that they came up out of, coming through the Red Sea, walking over on dry ground, the waters, going through. So now that's that water, okay, being like they're baptized through here. And of course, the Egyptians drowned. That was coming, up after them, or whatever. So then what do you see YAHSHUA doing? YAHSHUA being baptized. I mean, he fulfilled these things, jot and tittle, all of it. Now they're over here in the wilderness of Sinai, holy place. When you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, this death down here, stand in the holy place. Get out away from death. Stand. When you stand, your feet are planted, you're grounded. And what is the bottom of our feet? What are they called? The soul. SOLE typifies the soul. SOUL. The soul being planted or grounded. The soul being planted in YAHSHUA or grounded in YAHSHUA, a firm foundation. Stand in the holy place. So now, what's in the holy place? What is in the holy place? Here in this wilderness of Sinai, he brought them up out of Egypt. Now they're no longer out here, serving in hard bondage and labor to Pharaoh and all the things that they had, that Pharaoh had them doing, building this treasure cities, having them just, uh basically it's like he had them meeting their same work quota without the resources that they needed to do it with. I need y'all to, I want y'all to continue to meet my expectations, but I'm not going to give you what you need in order for you to meet them. Go out there, find them, find it yourself. Go out there and get it. Ooh, boy. That brings me to, now this is going into this second hour. Right? This is going into this second hour. It brings me to and I don't know if I'm going to be able to play it, because it might be, I don't want to get in some like copyright infringement type of thing, and all of that. But man, I want to play it so bad. I really, really do. But like I said, I don't want any copyright infringement stuff going on. So it was well, first, before I get into that, I'm going to continue with this part, and then I'm going to get into that. So here it was, he got them from out of here, this abuse, okay, because that was abuse, this wickedness, this all of that, because not only was it that, but they were actually killing their babies, their sons. Let's be specific, their sons, because they were multiplying, because Yahweh said, be fruitful and multiply. That was back in Adam and Eve. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And that's exactly what they did. And that's what's called on them to do. And they did that. And they were continuing to do that. And that Pharaoh who did not know Joseph, because Joseph and his generation all died off. The Pharaoh that that knew Joseph, he treated him well, very well, because Joseph had the spirit of Yahweh, Yahweh working with him, okay, having power with Elohim. That's what Israel means, having power with Elohim, okay, having power with Elohim. So Joseph going about doing the work and Yahweh working with him, just basically like the Midas touch. Everything he touched turned to gold. Everything he did multiplied, like all of that type of stuff. And so that Pharaoh or that king was like, you mean, he had this dream. He didn't he called all the people, the astrologers and sorcerers and magicians and all his camp. And he just wasn't satisfied with the interpretation that they gave him because Yahweh had him to not be satisfied with it, right? Because he was about to elevate Joseph in this position. So Joseph being in jail, so for on because he was lied on. I mean, yeah, it was Book of Jasher. I am promoting the Book of Jasher for you to listen to it, read it, so you can get the details. Okay, so um he interpreted two of his jailmates, right? His prison mates of them interpreted their dreams. He told one that you're going to be restored back to your position. He told the other one they're going to behead you. Now that is not something that you want to hear, right? Oh, you going to die. Don't nobody want to hear that. But what else was he going to do? I got to tell you what the interpretation is. If you like it or not, I'm just the interpreter. I'm not, that's the thing. So that's what happened. Um, and so when the butler was restored back to his position, and Joseph said, just remember me, right? So and I don't know if it was the book of Jasher or Enoch or Jubilee, one of them where well, anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. So he restored him. He got restored back to his position. Some time went by, and then Pharaoh had this dream, and like I said, he called up everybody, and they just couldn't help him or whatever. And then that is when the memory was triggered in the butler and said, "Hey, it was a guy I was in cellmate, and he he interpreted my dream. He told me that I would be restored to my position, and I was. He also said that you was gonna kill the behead the butler. I mean, the baker, and y'all did. And like, and y'all, that's exactly what y'all did. So it's like maybe he can get him a shot. Look, as a business owner, everybody want that, don't we? Business owners and entrepreneurs, like if we got a service or a product or whatever, it's like tell your friends, tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody, right? Like you want a good report about what it is that you do. So that's basically what he did. He put word in. He like, okay, let's try this gentleman out. Go get him. And that's how he got there in order to do that thing. So he had the skill set of managing and Yahweh multiplying whatever he managed. Okay. So when he gave him the interpretation of the dream, okay, now it just doesn't stop there. Okay, I gave you the interpretation. Now what? Now let's have a plan. What is the solution? We have a problem. I just told you what the problem meant, but now do we have a solution to that problem? Yeah. Here's a solution. While we have this 7 years of plenty, let's store up to a tenth so that when we do have the 7 years of famine, we can feed everybody. Because we gotta, we have to make sure that the people are good. Okay, I'm gonna set you over that. And that's what he did. And they prospered. And that is even how Abraham and the brothers came to Egypt, because everybody else was running out of stuff. They was running out of food, but they seen that, hey, over in Egypt, they over there flourishing. So let's go there and so see if we can, you know what I'm saying, get some assistance, right? The entire country. That's what Yahweh. So that Pharaoh treated Joseph good, and that blessed him and his entire country from treating Joseph well. Like, why would you not treat the person well that has helped you to grow and multiply and be abundant? But people do it all the time. And that is where we're going to get into, that's the leading of the segue into narcissism, or not just narcissism, because there's narcissism and then there's narcissistic personality disorder. And then there's also borderline personality disorder that has a lot of similarities with narcissistic personality disorder. Now, I'm going to put a disclaimer out there. I am not a licensed clinical psychologist. So I cannot and will not attempt to diagnose anyone with that particular behavior disorder. You would definitely have to go to a licensed mental health professional in order to get that diagnosed. But I will say that I am an ordained minister. Um, I'm a metaphysician. Okay. I'm a metaphysician, and also by degree, I'm a certified health and wellness coach. I'm a certified energy practitioner. And I've I've dealt with people who have had experiences with people with that undiagnosed behavior disorder. So I know what it does to them, because I'm often coaching them on how to navigate the space and even save themselves. Even if they have to stay in the space, you can still save yourself while you're in the space, right? And it's not necessarily that you are saving yourself or they are saving themselves. It is the Holy Spirit in them. So that's the angle, right? Like, that's the angle that I give. Like, first of all, this is where you need to be introduced to Yahweh Elohim, the creator of heavens and earth, the creator of the new heaven and new earth and all that exists. Like, when you are dealing with that type of behavior disorder, that it ain't nothing else that's going to do. Nothing else. Nothing else is going to do but the creator of all things that exist to get you up out of this. Why is that? And why can I say that so confidently? Because this has been throughout history. It's not a new thing. NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, that's just a new clinical term that has now I want to say it's maybe really because I remember when I started doing my research into this years ago, I want to say it was 2006. And I started doing research, and I remember going through some things, and my mind, I'm like, what in the heck is going on here? What does this feel like? This feels like this. What do I do? And the Holy Spirit said to me, search. This is before Google was even Google, right? Holy Spirit says, search emotional abuse. That's what came to me. Search emotional abuse. And I searched emotional abuse. And what came up was covert emotional abuse and overt emotional abuse. That word or that term narcissism wasn't even widely spread on the internet yet. But that was in 2006. And that is when I went down a rabbit hole of, what that is, what that looks like, all of those things. Okay? All of those things. And it's one of the main reasons why I did go into you know, um learning about the emotions and energy medicine and all of these things because of what a person would suffer and go through, knowing that when you're dealing with conditions like that, it will it will bring up debilitating conditions in the people who are suffering that type of abuse, and it go under the radar, right? Like the abuse itself goes under the radar because now you're, attempting to treat things like fibromyalgia or multiple sclerosis. Um it's certain, it's common things that I see with people who are in those types of relationships, whether it whether it's with family members, like it could be parents, it could be siblings, it could be um, you know, relationships with significant others, marriage, children, work environments. And then next thing you know, this person that is dealing with these things or on the abusive, the on the receiving end of the emotional abuse starts to present these debilitating conditions like they came out of nowhere, but they didn't. It's a form of, like many people are aware of physical abuse. Physical abuse you can see the scars, you can see the cuts, you can see the bruises, you can see the black eyes, you can see all of those things. However, with the emotional abuse, the psychological abuse, the spiritual abuse, because that's what we're getting into, right? It's spiritual and psychological abuse. But the again, the spiritual abuse, the psychological abuse, the the emotional abuse, the mental abuse, those are invisible, but they end up manifesting in the physical body, not as the bumps and the bruises and being knocked upside the head or anything like that. They present as cancers, certain cancers that I usually see. Um and psychologically, um dementia, um sometimes, but it's like mental issue. I don't necessarily want to say dementia more so than it is maybe like the Alzheimer's. um and this is and really that is from years and years and years of having to turn a blind eye to the things that are going on, like the constant forgiveness, the forgive and not forgiveness, but forgetting. The person has to make themselves forget that their abuser did this thing or that thing or this thing or that thing because They have been made to believe that you're supposed to forget the abuse in order to forgive. And we're going to point out right here in the scriptures that that is not so, because Yahweh don't forget a thing. He don't forget. He don't forget. And it is recompensed. It is. It is. That's the reason why he said, vengeance is mine. I will repay. He like, you don't have to do it. As a matter of fact, I don't want you to do it. I'm going to do it. So you let it go. You forgive for the sake of you. What is forgiveness? Forgiveness means that somebody, say someone did something to me, right? Someone did something to me. And then since they did that to me, I'm going to get them back. I'm going to do that same thing to them, or like whatever. And he's like, no, because then when you do that, now you gonna suffer the consequences, because that's the thing that started with Cain, right? Like Cain slew his brother, or he killed his brother. He hit him. It's like manslaughter, right? He hit him. He died. The brother died, and he hit him. That type of thing. And where's your brother? Am I my brother's keeper? Hey, your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground. What did you do? Right? And then he put that on him. That basically he was cursed. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Somebody even do that same thing to you. I'm putting a mark on you, to where they find you, they're gonna kill you. You kill one in the field, you're dying that same way. He said, oh, that's too heavy for me to bear. No problem. Whoever it is that kill you, that same thing, they gonna kill, and it would just be a continual, cycle of, you killed that one, so then they killed you, and then so now that they killed you, now they have to kill, somebody gonna kill them, and then that person that killed them, somebody gonna kill them, and it just never ends, right? So the forgiveness is that this is where this stops. You did that, cool. I am not about to do to you what you did to me. I'm not, right? However, I am gonna move on and going on over there. You know what I'm saying? Like what I am gonna do is go ahead and just this is where this ends. I forgive. Like I'm not looking for you to pay me back in any type of way, shape, form, or fashion. And I'm not about to do any of the things that you did to me. But what I am going to do is move around, have a nice life. And then they gone on about their way. And because of their own behavior, right? What they've done, because it's somebody, something, some situation, some job, like whatever it is. It's not, don't necessarily have to be like a, love relationship or whatever the case may be. It's just in some way, shape, form, or fashion that's coming, because that was already, Yahweh already set that up. So forgiveness is, you're not looking for any, like, hey, we good. Like, for instance, now look, you got this debt, because that's a debt, student loan debt. Ooh, that's a good one to talk about, right? You went to school for whatever reason, and maybe they trapped you up in these unpayable loans because it was inflated, and those are all those things that's behind there that a lot of people don't even know nothing about. But anyway, that happens. And so you've done some work or service or whatever, and you get the loan forgiven. Okay. The loan is too much for you to pay back. Like, no matter what, you have been trying or whatever, you'll be paying this thing off until the day you die. And by the time you die, it's still not paid off. Right. And so they're like, we're gonna forgive the loan. We're gonna forgive it. Provide whatever paperwork or whatever, we're forgiving the loan. You don't have to pay it back. And you're like, woof. Now that you've gotten out of that loan, are you gonna go back and get another one? Are you gonna go back and get another student loan or another loan after you have gotten out of this loan that you could not pay back? You see what I'm saying? Now, are they gonna give you another loan after they just forgave that one because you couldn't pay it back? Right? I mean, like, think about that. Because here's the thing. If I loan somebody some money, we just say it in terms of money. If I loan somebody some money and I don't loan people money. Because I don't want that smoke. What do I mean by I don't want that smoke? I don't loan any money out that I just can't forget about. Because here's the thing. If they loaned the money, if they borrowed the money, it was because they didn't have none. They didn't have none. Right? And so I will give them enough enough to where I don't, I'm not I if they never pay me back, I'm not sitting up here mad about it. As a matter of fact, I give it and forget it. I'm trying to tell you, I usually do. I end up giving somebody some money and forgot that I gave it to them. And then later on down the line, years out or whatever, or I mean, if it ever happens, because again, I don't. How can I borrow? I'm gonna just give it to you. But like I said, it's not gonna be something that I'm gonna be upset about. I loaned such and such and so and so and so, and they ain't never paid me back, and that stuff cause health problems. So I'm not gonna do that. And then if they ever can pay me back and they do, it's like it's like Christmas or something, you know? And a lot of times when that happened, I needed it. you know, just like, oh, I'm just sitting up there like, well. And then next thing you know, boom, here it comes. Man, thank you for such and such so and so. And I'm like, I gave you some money. Oh, look, I'm like, thank you. You don't know that right now I really needed this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really needed this back. So, man, thank you. That way, I'm not mad at nobody. I'm not arguing with nobody. I'm not running up after anybody. And look, if I ask to borrow some money from somebody, it's like, first of all, I'm not gonna ask to borrow anything from anybody if I don't think I'm in a position to pay it back. Cause I'm not trying to mess up my relationships or my name. But she ain't paid me back. I really don't want that. I don't, right? So, but if I do borrow it, I'm gonna borrow an amount that I can pay back and that I know I'm paying back at a certain date and time. It's usually like, man, I'm gonna pay, or my payout gonna come. I'm gonna be able to withdraw from my trading account or whatever on this day, or whatever. But I do need this right now. It's just a timing thing. And so, hey, you got this. I'm gonna be able to pay it back on such and such and so and so. And if they got it, fine. If they don't, fine. But I'm saying all that to say I'm not attempting to ruin my relationships. Okay? Forgiveness. Because when you do that, tr- it starts to all of these debilitating conditions that tends to happen in people's bodies. A lot of them are psychological. Psychological. And they manifest in the body as a sickness, illness, or disease. So then now you got this situation with the whether it's the a a a, a narcissistic person or narcissistic work environment, narcissistic culture, and then we're riddled with like these cancers and these uh mental health issues and emotional health issues and these again, like I said, I mentioned these debilitating conditions. Like the most common that I see, and especially in women, is MS or multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, um, breast cancer, and like reproductive cancer, whether that's ovarian cancer, uterine cancers, these type of cancers, um, and it's specific kinds of cancers too. But really, the ones that it's like, oh, we don't know what to do with these, so we're just gonna throw some pills or whatever at it. And not understanding that it's the environment that they're living in and under, or may have been in. Maybe they've gotten out of it, but the effects of that emotional and psychological and mental abuse is still there. Oh, how did I not mention this? PTSD, they call it complex post traumatic stress disorder. So CPTSD, anxiety. I commonly see this, right? So why am I saying all of this? Um, this would be like being in that environment, like Egypt, darkness, right? And then coming up out of here. Now here's Yahweh saying, I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which brought you out of that land of Egypt. I brought you out of that darkness. I brought you out of that abuse, right? Where you and your children were basically being killed, right? Or death. Death has many forms. Okay. You should not have any other gods before me, right? We not propping up any other person, place, or thing. Because you was down here trying to please Pharaoh, and Pharaoh was not pleased no matter what it was that you did. Period. Right? Again, whether that was on a job or whether that was in a marital relationship or significant family, parents, siblings, like it didn't matter what you did, they were not going to be pleased anyway. Right? So what we're not doing over here in the wilderness, because this is where he gave them, the law, statute, ordinances. It was 613 of them, but he had Moses write 10, on this here. And then even when Yahshua, he came and he simplified it. He said, all the law and the prophets hang on these. Love Yahweh with all your heart and all your might and all your soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. As yourself, right? You trusted, because that's faith. Abraham trusted in Yahweh. So that's why he always talked about Abraham's faith. The faith of Abraham's faith. Well, you have to know the story of Abraham. You have to know how Abraham stood up to his father who was worshiping idols and just wanted the approval of the king. And his father was like, I mean, well, yeah, I know that's not right and everything, but I mean, shoot, I got a good thing going here. The people love me, the king love me, I'm making money, just keep it under wraps. That is basically what Abraham's father Terah said in a nutshell. I got approval of the king, I got approval of the people, and I am making money. And I'm not trying to mess none of that up. I know that these idols can't do nothing, but the reason why I bring them in the house is because I gotta worship them too. I gotta burn incense and stuff to them too, because how am I gonna sit up here and make a product that I'm selling to the people and then I'm not using it? That is basically what Taras said. I mean, when I read it, I was like, this is like network marketing. I'm telling you, I read the Bible, I be cracking up. I'm like, yo, this stuff is happening now. I'm like, why are people not reading this book? Well, well, who has encouraged and promoted for you to read it for yourself, for you to be self sufficient spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically, socially, materially, and financially? Who has? Because then maybe you won't need that idol. Maybe you won't need that God. But Yahweh said that you shall have no other gods before me. There are lords many and gods many. There are those who seek to deceive you, because it said in the book, he said, you should be going around deceiving and being deceived. YAHSHUA said, take heed that no man deceive you. One of the aims, the seventh aim that we just went over in the, when we start now moderation, is to discern, have fine discrimination, discern and avoid. So not only after you discern it, that fine discrimination, like something, uh, something not quite right here. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know, it's like, first of all, you have to know even who taught you how to discern. Trust me when I say I didn't know nothing about narcissism at all whatsoever. I didn't. I did not. I know something didn't feel right. That's what I did know. Something didn't feel right. Something didn't seem right. But then, it's like Eve. Eh, because of how they, present things and how they talk to you and how they, they call it love bombing, like all of those types of things. And when this is cultural, basically cultural, societal, everybody doing it. What would be something, what would be out of the norm? If that is the norm, and especially even if it's the norm in your household, what are you discerning? Eh, this don't necessarily feel, but don't seem too much different from my house or my neighborhood or my school or my place of worship or my job, right? So, is a narcissist gonna teach you how to discern himself or herself? No. Why would I tell on me? I mean, you see what I'm saying? That's their mind thought. Why would I? They're not gonna do that. So discern and avoid. You have to be taught discernment. This is this, and this is this. This is what this is over here. This is what this is over here. So when you see the signs and symptoms of this, good. This is good. This is good. When you see the signs and the symptoms of this is evil, evil, evil. Right? He said, you should eat freely of the trees of the garden. But if this tree right here don't eat, if you touch it, you'll die. Seems fair enough, but what is death? I don't know what that is because I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is death? You know what? If you have children, and you could, I've tried my best as a parent. Okay, I have tried my best as a parent to give my children a heads up on stuff. Like, listen, this right here, and then try to give them the details of it because this, blah, 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 right? Now, if I just vaguely said something, you know, don't go over there. Don't go over there because if you go over there, um, you're gonna be in a world of trouble. Children are curious, right? Don't go over there. I'm gonna be in a world of trouble. It look like they having fun over there though. Don't look like a world of trouble to me. Let me go over there. Then they go over there. Now it's like, oh, that's what they meant. Oh my gosh. But now I'm in there. Now I pray to get out of there. I hope I get out of there. Then your parents find out that you're there. Then now you're getting your butt whooped. I told you not to be over there. So I figure as a parent, I'm gonna give the details. Don't go over there. Because if you go over there, you're gonna be in a world of trouble. Now, this is what's over there. And it's gonna look like it's fun. But it's not because it's really behind here is this, that, and the other. Now that I have given you all of everything and you still go over there, I don't know. I don't know. I if now you got to get yourself up out of there. And when you do, did you learn your lesson? Did you get? Oh, okay. Right? So teaching discernment. So discern or find discrimination between these two. This is good. This is evil. Good means function. Evil means dysfunction. Like literally, the word good and evil in the Hebrew, because Hebrew was the first and only language spoken. And then at the Tower of Babel, when Yahweh confused the tongues, that's when the many languages came, because they was a one mind on one accord to do something that Yahweh was like, Lord, these people. All right, let me confuse their languages so that they don't understand what each other's saying. So that's how the languages came, different languages came to be, right? But before then, the one language was Hebrew. That's the creative language. So that's the reason why when you read the Bible, because it has been, you know, translated, mistransliterated, like all of these things over time, you want to get to know what these words mean in the Hebrew language, in the Hebrew text, because even the Hebrew alphabet has meaning. Like one letter, the A, Aleph, has a meaning, right? Beth has a meaning. And so a word, after it's been basically watered down, especially in the English language, which is the idiomatic language, you look at that word, you think it means this thing. Then when you go to the Hebrew for that word, you like, oh my gosh, this is not even the same. Exactly. This is why it says study to show yourself approved. Because you gotta, if they spoke Hebrew and these scriptures were written by the men of Yahweh, when Yahweh told them to write, and they were writing in Hebrew, what does it mean in Hebrew? Good in Hebrew is closely related to the word function. Evil in Hebrew is closely related to the word dysfunction. So now you have to discern what is, look, function from dysfunction. What is that? So discerning and avoiding is, I discern good from evil. I discern function from dysfunction. So now that I've discerned function from dysfunction, I avoid dysfunction. So discern and avoid being deceived. So avoid the dysfunction and avoid being deceived into dysfunction, dysfunctional behavior, this things, lifestyles, ways, or whatever that will cause dysfunction, right? By who? Remember, I said who, what, when, where, why, how. So discern and avoid being deceived by Lucifer. That was the light bearer or angel of light. You say it in the Bible, it talks about being transformed into an angel of light. What does the narcissist do? You know, you got people out here, they could be the flying monkeys. They call them flying monkeys. Um, they call them flying monkeys, but flying monkeys are those who, you know, it's like that narcissist basically has them under a delusion, so to speak, right? Lucifer is that angel of light. Oh, they're so great and they're so this and they're so that, and they, you know, they do all of these wonderful things. You know, they appear to be all of whatever. Okay? So that's that entity in the form of Lucifer. Okay? The serpent. The serpent or serpent means to twist. It didn't say snake. That was just the symbolism, because you know snakes have no arms, they have no legs. They crawl around on their belly on the ground, closely, in the earth, and they're in trees and hiding and under rocks and all of that type of stuff, right? Um and they have a forked tongue, and so that's the symbolism of serpent. But serpent means to twist. So Lucifer, being that angel of light, did what? Took what Yahweh said and twisted it, or twisted that perception in Eve's mind. So he has no creative power of his own. You take everything that Yahweh did, said, or whatever, and perverts it or twists it, right? I'm gonna twist this word. I'm gonna twist this narrative. I'm gonna twist this and I'm gonna twist that, right? So that's Lucifer in the form of Satan, twist. So Lucifer the serpent, Lucifer the serpent, the devil. That's a play of words. Devil spelled backwards is lived, right? Evil spelled backwards is live. So when Yahweh talk about backsliding, right? You live, but now you done went back, so now evil. dysfunction. Past tense, lived. You did live, and like you lived. Now, devil, right? So now you backsliding because that's what the devil did: transgressed or fell or backslid. So the devil, the dragon, drag on. That's a play of words too. And we know, and it was mythical, and they probably existed. We don't see them now. I don't know if somebody's seen them, but obviously, I don't know. I never seen one like real live and in person, but they may have been, you know. So dragon. What was he dragging? It's like a reptilian too, with wings and fire that comes out of his mouth or whatever. Okay. But then also a play of words of like dragon, drag on. Okay. You're dragging on this lie. You're dragging on, dragging you, keeping you in the past. Because what? That narcissistic behavior does that. Keep you, the people that have had the experience with that narcissistic personality disorder type of person. Um, and I'm going to let me click to here so that you can, see, we call it the egotistical misdirected personality disorder. All right. Because again, like I said, I am not a licensed clinical psychologist, so I don't necessarily want to use those terms, but that's what we're talking about. And so, as a certified health and wellness coach, as a metaphysician, as a minister, I can use this term and I can see that behavior spiritually. I know what it looks like, I know what it does, I know how it can affect people and their health conditions and all of this, and have you psychologically warped in everything, right? The egotistical misdirected personality. Okay. Because it's definitely misdirected and it wants to misdirect you. Okay. Yahweh is giving you a direction and it wants to take you in another direction, in another way. It wants you to be in service to it and its purpose, because that thing was kicked out of heaven and cast out into the earth. So woe unto you, inhabitants of the earth, because the adversary has come down unto you. And this is the reason why we're dealing with what we're dealing with, right? Here on the earth. But Yahweh is driving them out because this is his planet. It's his planet. Period. Okay. So So we talked about that, the devil or the dragon. That's dragging you on, dragging you, trying to keep you in the past of, because soon as you ready to, just like they did with let me see, let's go back here. When they this back and forth, going back and forth before they let him go. Okay. Moses is like going to Pharaoh. Yahweh told Moses, go to Pharaoh, tell him let my people go so that they may worship me on the mount, basically on the mount. I want to elevate them. I'm not to bring them up high. Okay. And maybe I'm not going to look that up right now. But SKJV, you can download that app to your phone, SKJV. And when you see these words, they're outlined, you could click on it. It gives you the Hebrew word, right? And then what it means and what it means in that context. So you could look up worship and click on it to see. I said I wasn't gonna look it up, but we are, right? We are worship 188. Abraham said unto his young man, abide you here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship and come back again to you. Um, they may worship me in the mount. Mm. People believed. Her Yahweh visited children, looked on no affliction, they bow down and worship. Okay. Well, I'm gonna look up this one. Yep, I am doing the whole looking above. I'm doing this. Yes, I am. Look, getting wait, where did it go? Worship, worship, worship. Mm. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm like, Shikaha, a primitive root. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna read it. A primitive root to depress, that is prostrate, especially reflectively in homage to royalty or God. Bow self down, crouch, fall down, flat, humbly beseech, do obeisance, to reverence, make to stoop, worship. Okay. So when that serpent, devil, the dragon, Satan, the adversary, went to Joshua and said, if you just bow down and worship me, I will give you all of these things, right? Worship me, bow down yourself, humble yourself to me, right? Um, and when we do that, let's say when we humble ourselves or bow down ourselves before Yahweh, well, here's the thing, that the adversary, that egotistical, misdirected personality that we know, those clinical terms that are used, narcissism or narcissistic personality disorder, right? Is that they, again, taking everything that Yahweh made, created, all of that, but perverting it, right? Want to exalt itself above the throne and be like the Most High, but not is, they are not the Most High, right? Yahweh said, there shall not have any gods before me, any other gods before me. When Yahweh have you to submit, it is not to hurt you or to harm you in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It is to, just like with the children of Israel coming up out of Egypt, he says they may worship me on a mount. Is to elevate them and bring them up high, right? To elevate them, to do them good and not harm. That egotistical, misdirected personality disorder wants you to do those same things, but to bring you low or to depress you, to do you harm. Just like when they were down here in Egypt, working, building Pharaoh's treasure cities, building his treasure cities, but steady taking away from them the resources that they needed in order to do so, and killing their sons at the same time, to where they were crying out, something's not right, something's wrong with this, something that, like, all of this. So you see, coming to you as Yahweh, but not doing what Yahweh does. When the other Pharaoh was working with Joseph, he allowed Joseph to do what Joseph does best and flourish in that environment. Now, Joseph went to prison because he was lied on. When he came out, he gave that Pharaoh the interpretation of his dream. gave him a plan on how to, okay, well, if it's a famine coming, what do we need to do? Okay, well, this is what we can do. Gave him a strategy. Okay, well, I'm setting you over that. Yeah, do that. And he did it. Man, I'm he gave Joseph the best part of the gave him his people the land of Goshen. Good part. Let's set them, give them a good portion and give them this because he helped to get my whole country in order where people didn't starve. Let me treat them good. Narcissists don't do that. They want you to treat them good. They want you to worship them. They want you to bow down to them. They want you to build their treasure cities. They want you to do all of those things, but they do not reciprocate. And you going back and forth. Let me go. I'm gonna let you go. I'm not gonna let you go. Who is this God you talking about worshiping? Psh, you talking about somebody? And every time they went back, he did something even more oppressive, right? And but Yahweh told him. Yahweh told him. He told him everything that was going to happen in the beginning. You're going to go. You're going to say, do this. But I'm going to harden his heart so that he don't do it. He's not going to let you go, but no, not by a mighty hand. Like, I have to utterly destroy that behavior. And this is what it talked about in this particular video that I saw and I was watching, where it was two young, and I've seen this young lady before. I forgot her name, but I mean, I guess in that world of like they're podcasting and they're doing the things that they're doing and they're talking about God and worship and then some of the stuff I like, but I know how to discern, right? I do know how to eat the meat and spit out the bones. Like, yeah, you know, and I will not, I eat salmon. How about that? Like, I eat salmon. And so I don't I'm not saying that salmon don't have bones because they do, and I kind of pick them out, and stuff like that to not be eating it or whatever. But little bones in there. If them bones still in there and they can get in, they can scratch your throat, like all types of stuff like that. So, but for the most part, if you're eating any other type of meat, you usually do not eat the bones. You eat the meat from around the bones and you put the bones off and you throw the bones in the garbage. So that's what I mean when I say I eat the meat and spit out the bones. Okay? Or I don't even eat the bones. I don't have to spit out the bones because I'm eating the meat off of it. I digress. So Yahweh let him know exactly what was gonna happen. You're gonna go to Pharaoh. You're gonna tell him, but he's not gonna let them go. But because I'm doing a work for Pharaoh to know. You don't have this, boo. You don't. You're not the head man in charge. You are not. I'm giving Pharaoh a space, but I know that type. I know that kind. Why? Because I've seen it. This same kind got kicked out of heaven. This same kind is so crafty and sneaky and sly, and that's the reason why it has many names. It has many names. It's Lucifer. It's the serpent. It's the devil. It's the dragon. It is Satan. Look, and he got some homies, demons, or like in the terms of talking about narcissism, you got the narcissist and the flying and their flying monkey. So those flying monkeys would be likened unto the demons. Okay. Because he gotta he had to create this whole thing and narrative to make you think something is wrong with you because he got everybody else. That thing drew what? It said a third of the angels or two-thirds of down with him. So yes, right? And so that type of behavior, that's why in psychology, and I'm big on Dr. Romney. I mean, I'm like huge on Dr. Romney, right? If you don't know anything about Dr. Romney, I suggest that you watch her on YouTube. If you want to learn, you want a she should be giving out degrees, certifications, or something in like narcissism, everything about it. I mean, man, I've learned a heck of a lot more just with her stuff, and she's really adamant about it, and she even talks about, of course, the reason why she even got into you know this work and this service, because she dealt with it herself. And usually that's what happens when a person is doing something, and they're called to serve, and whatever purpose it is that they are in, that they have, I don't necessarily want to say found, but it's when you've had that personal experience, and and you've been able to get out. You're passionate about helping other people as well to navigate that, because all of the you know the problems, what it is that they're going through. You've because you've been there. The thoughts, the emotions, all of these things, and you also have gotten that way out, and you're like, hey, it's like you got to go back and provide that life raft for the people. And she's definitely that person, and she is a licensed clinical psychologist that specializes in all things narcissism, right? So that's why I like highly recommend, again, Dr. Romney. Check her out on YouTube. So she often talks about that, with that crazy making, and having that have to have how they have to have their, we call them the flying monkeys or minions or whatever the case may be, in order to look, they shine that light. They're that Lucifer or light form to the the flying monkeys, so to speak. It's like that's the real. It's like, how in the heck did Satan draw a third of the heavens? I mean, the angels with him. When you understand that that's what the narcissist does, oh, they're good people and they're a great person and they do. And then so here it is, you're sitting up there like, you probably went on to try to tell people and all of that, and it's like you cannot. You can't. No matter what you do, it seemed like well, maybe it's you. That's exactly, they want you to think that it's you. They want you not think. They want you to believe, right? Be lie, right? They want you to believe that it's you. They want you to believe that you are the problem. And the reason why you are the problem is because you are not bowing down to worship them, so that you can continue to be used to build their treasure cities, to build them up, to build, while you are being abused, neglected, just all of those things. And just like Yahweh came He saw, he said, I hear, I am come down, and I hear the cries of my people, and I see that they are being evilly entreated. And there is a way, a prescribed way. Talk about the doctor of, we talking about the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. How about the doctors of doctors, right? A prescribed way in order for you to do said things to come out of this. And I have to utterly destroy that, just like he had to utterly destroy that Pharaoh. Is not for you to do. It's not for you to attempt to do. This is not, Yahweh has to do that. And you have to stay focused. You have to be obedient to the things that you need to do, just like with people who are dealing with that, in narcissistic relationship, whether it's family or, again, like I said, family, significant others, work environments, with bosses and all of that. Like, there's so much talk about the narcissism, which that with that behavior disorder, they don't first of all, what they say, all press is good press, right? As long as they talking about me, like, I don't even care. I don't I don't care about my behavior. I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care that I'm switch good and bad, bad and good. Good and, well, not bad, evil. I don't care that I switch good and evil, evil good. This, but as long as they are giving me attention and talking about me, that's what they do, right? As long as the attention is on me. And so what has to happen for the person or the people who are on the receiving end of the abuse and neglect of the egotistical misdirected personality disorder, or that right, or that that narcissist, okay, with these type of behaviors, and you can even see those behaviors over in, what's that, Galatians 5th chapter, starting at about the 19th verse, right? It's listed right there, okay. um Um, they don't care, as long as they're talking about, as long as the spotlight is on them. That's it, right? But then what the person that's on the receiving end of the abuse and neglect of the of that culture, that environment, that relationship, all of that, is they have to start focusing on themselves, right? Because you got to get out of there. It's not about proving uh, what they are doing. I mean, although you have to keep facts, right? You have to keep the facts and accounts of the things that are going on. Not now, you want to keep track of your emotions, not be emotional, but keeping track of your emotions. I felt this, right? I felt intimidated. I felt neglected. I felt um um all of these. I have a list of them because I work with this with my clients, right? These emotional, these lower frequency emotions that they want you to stay in, or beneath, or below, right? In which, when you stay in those negative emotions for a long time, what it starts to do, cause health problems. It causes health problems. It manifests in your body as a sickness, illness, disease, debilitating conditions. That's what it starts to do, right? Because if you elevate, because what happens? What happens here when we come here, okay? Yahweh wants to elevate you. I want to bring them out to elevate them, that they may worship me on the mount. I need to bring you the higher frequency emotions, right? Now, narcissists or the egotistical misdirected personality disorder, the society, the culture, the work environment, the boss or whatever that is operating in that role cycles between these lower frequency emotions, ranging from the lowest being shame to the highest of the lower frequency emotions being pride. And their top three are inordinate lust, anger, and pride. And they don't want you up there with those emotions. They want you lower, right? They want you cycling from shame, guilt, apathy, fear. The minute you start getting angry or you express anger because your boundaries are being crossed repeatedly. Now that's where you button heads and you're fighting or they're doing whatever it is that they're doing to get you back down to fear or shame or guilt or whatever. Because if you express that, hey, you're because anger is it's a healthy emotion, but it's an emotion that it's like, hey, something is, again, your boundaries are being crossed, right? There's inordinate lust and then there's desire. Yahweh gives us the desires of our heart. Okay. Lust is insatiable. You cannot satiate it. Can't satiate it, right? And they're on that spectrum. You express that you have desires too. You have needs and desires, like you desire to be treated like a human being. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you desire to be treated fairly, just, right? You desire to be treated like they want to be treated. It's like, no, we can't have that, right? Pride. They're at pride. Okay. Um, they don't, it's like, oh, you can't come up here. We gotta knock you down. But you rise above that. Courage. You need courage, the willingness to continue to move on, acceptance, accepting that that is where they are, that is who they are, that is what they do, and they're going to continue on in doing that until whenever. Like I don't know when, right? Accepting, right? Um, then you reason. Yahweh meets us here. Come now, let us reason together. Okay? Reason is an emotion. It's education. It's being educated, knowing, wisdom, right? Wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our times and the strength of our salvation. Reason. You're working with some wisdom and knowledge to get that stable footing and that stable ground, right? Love, joy, peace. These are healing emotions. This is where you need to be, right within yourself. right within your heart and in your mind, even if you are still down here physically, okay? If you're physically still in that place, if you're physically still in that work environment, if you're physically still in that home environment, if you're physically still wherever that is, you have to get there within your mind and in your heart so that you can start to see clearly Yahweh directing and navigating you throughout that space because they want to rent that space. They don't even want to rent it. They want to own it, right? They want to be the Lord over you. They want to own you. But in ownership of you, they're not even handling you right, right? Again, we talk about Joseph and that Pharaoh and what that Pharaoh did. That was cool. Then here come the other Pharaoh. When Joseph died off and his generation and all that generation died off, it said here came another Pharaoh that did not know he didn't know Joseph. He didn't know nothing about Joseph, so he didn't know or understand history. Basically, he wasn't even concerned. All he was concerned about was his Pharaoh and him being the king. I'm the king around here. All about himself. You didn't get to go in and know what happened, how this even came to be about. These people that are right here are the people that Joseph helped to build and save up this country so that you need to treat them like something because if not, it's like you do not want them to go. You do not want to treat them any old kind of way because this will mess up your entire country. This will mess up your economy if you're doing this to them. This will mess up your household if you're doing this to them. This will mess up your work environment if you're doing this to them. That's not saying like putting them up on a pedestal to be worshiped, but just treating them fairly or justice. And that is definitely one of Yahweh's attributes justice. His 9 divine attributes are wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. And so here they came up out of there just like he will bring you up out of here. But now when you get in here, there's this fasting process, right? This would have been a 40-day journey, just like when they came up out of, with the flood. It rained 40 days and 40 nights. So that was a fast from that wicked environment. They were in there. That was a fast, 40 days and 40 nights. They came up out of Egypt and it would have been a 40-day journey. So that's that 40 days and 40 nights, that principle of 40 again. When YAHSHUA, um, oh, and Moses, of course, he was up here 40 days and 40 nights getting the vision. Excuse me. So when YAHSHUA, he was led up, you know, to be tested of the adversary 40 days and 40 nights, that principle of 40. And see, the children of Israel, when they came out here going through this journey, they would have been fasting, or they did fast from the Egyptian culture and all of that that they were under in Pharaoh and all of those things, right? Fasting out here. Now it's them and it's Yahweh and them being led and having that temple or that tabernacle being built out here in the wilderness of Sinai. Yahweh was with them. But then guess what they started doing? Oh, it was better for us back in Egypt. What do people that's dealing with narcissists and narcissistic environments and narcissistic relationships and all of that kind of stuff go through? Oh, it was what was what was in the past. Now you remember all the good stuff. Like what good stuff? That was the love bombing. What was good? What was good about it? That all of that was a lie. It was a lie, is what it was. It was a I don't care where y'all went, what they did, the gifts, the trips, the, couple of dollars that 9 times out of 10, whatever they gave you, they got it back in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion because they don't give nobody nothing. They don't seem like a gift. That's what Yahweh talked about. He was like, I am not worshiped with men's hands. I don't accept gifts. And I don't want my people to do that either. Not saying you can't accept a gift. I'm talking about accepting gift in the guise of turning the other way, turning the other cheek. I'm abusing you, but then let me take you out to dinner and smooth it over. I'm abusing you, I'm neglecting you, but then let me, buy you something or buy you a new house or buy you a new car or buy you some clothes or let me I'm a throw money at it, but I'm not gonna change. Yahweh don't. That's why Yahweh was like, that's why Yahweh says, I am no respecter of persons. Or what he means is I am no respecter of personalities. What's up with your character? I am not a respecter of personalities. That's the mask. What is up with your character? Does your character look like mine? Seek First Chronicles. The First Chronicles 7th chapter or is it second? Might be Second Chronicles. Hey Sydney Bitney. It's her birthday. It's my granddaughter's birthday. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I can't I'm gonna have to come in there in a little bit. Um First Chronicles or Second Chronicles? Which of the Chronicles? Let's go for Second Chronicles 7th chapter 14. Yes, finally, I got it. I'll be like, is it first or second? Is it 14? Is it 17? It's Second Chronicles 7th chapter, 14th verse. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face. That's what I wanted to get to. Seek my face. If my people shall, which are called by my name, humble themselves, pray, seek my face. That's what I want to get to. Seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears shall attend unto the prayer that is made in this place. That is the prescription. That is what Yahweh said. And it has to go in that order. And if it does, then he said, my eyes will be open. And he said, now. He said, now, not in the future, now. That's like right then. I don't know how much now can be, right? Now my eyes shall be open. Let's click on eyes. You click on eye or eyes is ayin in Hebrew, probably a primitive word, and eye, literally or figuratively, by analogy, a fountain as the eye of the landscape. Affliction, outward appearance, before, think best, color, conceit, be content, continence, plus displease, eyebrow, face, sight, favor, fountain, furrow, him plus humble, knowledge, look, well, me, openly, please, not please, presence, regard, resemblance, sight, thee, them, think, us, well, you, yourselves. I just read everything that was on here. Again, that app that I was talking about, SKJ, when you can click on the words that's underlined, see what the word means in Hebrew, what it is in Hebrew, and then the meaning of it in the context of which it's being um talked about there. So you say eyes, my eyes shall be open and my ears. So he has eyes, he has ears, because we have eyes and ears. If we're made in his image and after his likeness, and he's saying, seek my identity, right? Seek my face. When you see my face, you have identified me, right? So he says, seek my face. I need you to seek my identity and my character. These are his 9 divine attributes right here: wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, strength. Seek his character. And if you are my child and you look like me, then your character should be of my character, right? If your character is not of my character, then you're not my child. You don't look like me. Come on now, we know what's that show? Call it You Are Not the Father show. Maury Povich. You are the father. You are not the father. You are, it's a reason why that show is out there like that. Are you my child? Who your mama been with? You know what I'm saying? Like, who you been with? What children are you producing? Because if you are with me, this is my character, right? We talking about a family. Yahweh said, I will bless the families of the earth. Yahweh is a family man from all nations. Abraham, you will be the father of many nations. Father, like these words. This not about worshiping a king God, all of that. And so you see the difference there when you really get into this book. It is not about worship and kings and pharaohs and all of that, more so than it is about a man and his wife and his children and a family. But Yahweh said, I am the king of kings. Like, if there be a king, I'm the king of them all. If there be lords, I'm the lord of them all. Because I made everything. Nothing exists outside of me. But it's not about just me. Like, I didn't do all of this just for everything to be like, oh, all the worship. And that is what, now that brings me to this video. Man, I wish I could play it. I wish that I could play this video. You know what? My child, my eldest son. I opened up this blue app and his post is the first one that popped up. Lord have mercy. I'm gonna continue to pray for him. He doing, Yahweh is answering my prayers so far. He's still working with him. No, he's still working with this one. Oh Lord. Oh child. You know what? I don't. Okay, I came on here so that I can find this post because I don't know if he might see this, but if he sees it, mm-mm-mm. Yeah, buddy, I'm continue to pray for your children, even when they, because he is a whole adult. Like he is in his 30s, and baby, I just be like, Yahweh, just keep him, keep him in your name, keep him in your will. Just bring his mind, just bring his mind back. Just all on anoint. Give him the oil. Give him the oil. Like, Father, you know his heart. You know his heart. Okay, so part of the process is that he is changing you by the fact that okay.
Check out this video. I'll be right back.
God is so kind that he will leverage difficulty as a means of protecting us.
In this podcast interview, Megan Ashley is asking questions about being in a really difficult time in life. She's asking Jackie Hill Perry what to make of this difficult time. Megan talks about feeling alone, feeling abandoned by God, how she doesn't know what God wants her to do, and how she's tired of figuring it out.
I feel alone. Yeah. I feel that you've abandoned me. I thought you were bringing me to a season where things were going to get better, and things are getting worse for me. You know what I struggle with. You know that this isn't easy for me, and you keep allowing it to happen.
The original clip I showed was the beginning of Jackie Hill Perry's response, but she continues by saying that God allows you to go through those hardships, those feelings of abandonment, and that the change that happens is because of your insistence on seeking God through that pain.
A part of the process is that he is changing you by the fact that you're engaging with God during the process, right? Okay. You don't have to be having a conversation. You don't have to be curious. You don't have to be journaling and crying, but you keep trying. You keep talking. You keep asking, and that means what he's doing is working.
She then gets more specific about what she believes that God is doing in those moments.
He knows how much breaking you need. And he's not even broken you to the degree that you actually need it, because he knows that it'll crush you. But he's breaking you just enough to make you dependent. Wow. So that when he does lift the suffering, when he does lift it, that intimacy that developed will carry you when prosperity is present.
On this platform, I talk a lot about what our theology actually teaches us about the character of God. I talk about how what we believe about the character of God impacts our understanding of our relationships to and with one another. And the most common statement I heard about the character of God growing up in the church is 3 words: God is love. Not just that God is loving, God is love. That the Christian God is the embodiment of love in its most ideal sense. But the theology and the behavior being described here in any other context is narcissistic abuse. In any other context, these same behavior patterns are that of coercive control or emotional manipulation. These are considered to be forms of domestic abuse. To be the one responsible for someone's breaking to the brink of their undoing, and doing so intentionally, on purpose, and also being the only one they can turn to for affirmation, intimacy, and healing. And my question is, if this is what we're being taught that love looks like, and in this context, if this is what Black women are teaching each other about what love looks like, how does this understanding of love show up in relationships? And to continue to think about this intersectionally, what does it say about people in certain communities who spend their entire lives breaking? Who, due to systemic issues, among other things, don't get a season of prosperity? It is past time for us to dig a lot deeper with these ideas.
He wants to show you that he doesn't need you to use you, but he wants to use you. And to use you fully, he has to clean you out.
Feel free to share your thoughts.
So I tried like putting my phone up to the microphone so that you could hear that. And that's what we're talking about right here. Like, I thought that was so interesting. And now that is what I mean by that whole, okay, this narcissistic culture, this narcissistic society, the narcissistic environment, and when it is, we just looked at this. Children of Israel in Egypt, right? Under another Pharaoh that came in, that did not know Joseph. He didn't know the history. He didn't know Joseph. So that's what that meant when, this Pharaoh, that he didn't know Joseph. That means that he did not know. He is in a government position over this country, and he didn't know the history of how they got to be prosperous, how they were able to even save their country. What the previous Pharaoh did and who helped him to do that in order to keep that going. So he didn't know nothing about Joseph. All he knew was, I'm in this seat. We prosperous. We stayed prosperous. We gonna keep on going with this prosperity. And these people, okay, they doing this. We gonna use them, but they are multiplying in number. So said, let us deal wisely with them. They say the serpent is wise, right? The serpent is what? Because YAHSHUA said, be wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. So the serpent has wisdom. There is an earthly wisdom. And the thing that was just mentioned here is like an earthly wisdom in a religious context. And it's still, and without going into the history of Christianity itself, which is a religion, right? Again, the sister was watching one day and they're talking about the Christian Crusades and all of that type of stuff. These are things that I don't even know if they're teaching in school, but just watching that documentary, it went through the whole history of Christianity. And it's a lot of bloodshed. It was like, if you did not believe, and it wasn't even if you didn't believe in Yahweh, because see, what was truly happening was that if you believed in YAHSHUA the Messiah and what he came and did, and everybody that was an eyewitness to that, you were killed because you believed that. You were not killed because you didn't believe in it. You were killed because you did. Check that one out. Let Yahweh, you so good. Mm. When he said you don't need to have a script, you just show up and I will be your mouthpiece. Because I gotta say that again so that I can get what just came out my mouth. When you believed in YAHSHUA the Messiah and what he came to do, how he fulfilled by keeping the commandments. He did not break the law because he kept the commandments. The law is against sinful nature. The law is against ignorance. The law is against when you don't know what you should know. So then you end up doing something that you shouldn't do. And it's harmful not only to you, but to others as well. We got a law that says this is not what you're supposed to be doing. You overstep the boundaries, right? But if you kept the commandments, you never even hit a boundary. You didn't overstep boundaries because you didn't break it in the first place. You see what I'm saying? That's what YAHSHUA did. So YAHSHUA kept the commandments. And then he fulfilled, he said, lo, I come in the volume of the book. Like everything that had been written throughout time, throughout history in the Hebrew culture. All these things, all of the philosophers and all of these things, people that y'all had. He said, all that came before me were thieves and robbers. What do you mean by that? They took what was written of me and imposed it as it was them, but nobody ever came to do exactly what I did. Nobody. I did it. And then after it was done, I was seen. Like, y'all killed me. Y'all witnessed my death. The only thing that did not happen with any other one that was written of before that stole my story, when they died, they died. They didn't rise. They didn't come back. I mean, because that's what they was doing. Like, when they come back and they'll have all of their possession. That's why the Egyptian culture, they was burying them with their stuff and all, because in the afterlife, like that was their beliefs. That was their belief system. In the afterlife, that they'll have, so we need to store up and have this gold and riches and this, that, and the other, because in the afterlife he's gonna need it. And then that stuff is still there. Joshua, like, I'm not, I know that. So he didn't do all that, right? But then after it was all said and done, and he fulfilled every jot and tittle, he was buried in the tomb. When they went back in order to get his body gone? His body gone? Whether you say that that's figuratively, or it's just an analogy, or is whatever. And then they actually seen him. Like, wait, I saw him. Saw his hands. It had the holes in him. He tarried around the earth for another 7 years, fulfilling that principle of 40. Because he was like 32 and a half, 33 when they crucified him. Another 7 years, 40. Like, that's basic math, right? And then when the people actually showed up where he told them, he said, listen, I'm going to tell y'all, I'm telling y'all what's going to happen to me. What's going to happen to me is this. They're going to offer me up. They're going to crucify me. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. All of this. Then it was, Peter and them saying, no, they're not going to do that. And then, of course, he said, get me behind me. He called Peter Satan. This is exactly what's going to happen. And you're trying to impede that process because you don't want the people. And he knew he wasn't talking to Peter. He was talking to that spirit that was trying to rise up in Peter. That's why he called him that. So you have to know and understand, when you're dealing with these people, it's not them. It is that spirit that is operating through them, because they have an opening in order to operate through. Just like if you watch that movie, The Matrix, and how, you got Neo, and that's what that movie was really all about. It was about, well, the what's her name? Sophia the Stewart, black lady that wrote The Matrix, and that was her version of, to get people to understand. Like, it was, she talks about it all the time. Like, basically, that was a whole story of, she says Jesus Christ, but we know that it's YAHSHUA the Messiah, uh, and all of that. So you had these people that was in the Matrix that, those agents, and how they can jump into somebody's body Like say Neo, he trying to run, get away, all of this kind of stuff. He was running through somebody's house or whatever, and that person was there. They just kind of in their kitchen, like just I don't know, baking cookies or cooking or making some coffee or whatever the case may be. And then the agent came and they standing there and they jumped into that person's body. And then that person turned around to, attack Neo. So that's what you're dealing with. So the actual person, right? They have a wound. They have an opening for that entity or that spirit to operate through getting to you. So this is also why you have to, when you look at these things and you're in it, and I know it feels like a personal attack. It feels like a personal attack. It feels like people are they all out to get you or whatever the case may be. It's that these people, they are not knowing, they are unaware. They're unaware that they are being used in that way. So that's why as much as you don't want to take it personal, because you have been called out and chosen for a greater purpose. And that greater purpose being now you're being of service to Yahweh. On this earth, that the scripture says, woe unto you inhabitants of the earth, because the adversary has come down unto you. And so now there's a line drawn in the sand, and you are not on that side. You are on this side right here. Yes, you will suffer persecution. You will suffer persecution. But it's not like it was said here that Yahweh, and I'm not going to say God, I'm saying Yahweh. It is not that Yahweh is breaking you, but you're basically having withdrawal symptoms. You were in that environment, you were in that culture, you were of that world, just like Neo in the Matrix, like he was just at his work job desk, and it's just like he just started to be aware, like something over and over and over again, like this awareness starting to come to him, and this type of thing, and he's brought out. You were awakened. You start looking around. You start questioning within yourself. Something not right. Now you're being brought out, so you will feel isolated. You will feel isolated. But now it's just like a drug addict, and I'm not calling us drug addicts, but I'm just saying that's the reason why when the children of Israel had to come out of here, that was like a fasting. You were in this and now you're out of it. And then that's why they kept saying, oh, it was better for us in Egypt if we had this and we had that, we had this and we had that. Let us go back. Well, you done been in something for so long. Now you got to get it out of you. They were down there in Egypt for so long, and now they have to get that culture out of them. Right? It's called a healing crisis. It's a healing crisis. If you haven't really worked out before or whatever, you start working out, it's painful before it gets better. But he's working out that weakness. So in a sense, I understand what she was saying by, like he's breaking you. But it's like I gotta get that stuff out of you. Not to hurt you, because see, a healer, a true healer, okay? A healer, whether you heal through coaching or you heal through whatever type of way you heal, that you heal. Okay. When I say healer, that's not necessarily like a doctor or a nurse or whatever. You can heal in many capacities. You could be a singer and heal through your voice. You could be a speaker and heal through your voice, right? You can be you could be a teacher and heal. Okay. You could be whatever and still have that spirit of healing, right? So so in that, this is what I know about healing. Okay. And even with fasting, when like have to you have to nourish you have to nourish while you're allowing the you have to nourish while they are withdrawing. That's healing. You have to nourish while they are withdrawing. You don't just withdraw. You see what I'm saying? So like say if I had somebody here and we just talk about a cold. It's just a little simple cold, okay? We'll talk about a cold. All right. This is commercial. Used to be where this man, he was like, what you have to do is feed a cold. Funny commercial. I forgot what type of commercial it was, but I remember that one part and it's an old commercial. But um if you want to get rid of, no, we're not going to talk about colds. How about parasites? That's a good one because that narcissistic behavior culture and everything that is wrapped in it, it's like getting rid of parasites. And getting rid of the parasites, it wasn't that I did not eat. And I was younger when this happened. Like, I'm watching everybody eating and I'm the only one that has to sit up there and eat broth and stuff like that. So it wasn't that I didn't eat, but I was fasting. That word, fast. What does fast mean? Something that you're trying to get like quick. We got to speed this up, right? Fast, quick, go, right? Fast. This got to be a fast, quick process. So fast, swift movement in order to get these things out. You have to take away the thing that the parasites feed off of. Okay? But you have to be nourished at the same time or it'll kill you. So, I'm going to nourish you with my substance. When Yahweh had them out there in Egypt, I mean, not in Egypt, in the wilderness, right? Root word wild. They were in the wild of Sinai. Okay. And we talk about in nature. If he said that the fruit of the trees would be for food and the leaves would be for medicine, they had to be out there in nature. They complaining about what they had in Egypt. All the food. We gonna be out here to die. We dying of thirst. I'm gonna give y'all some water. All the food. I'm gonna feed y'all food that nobody has ever eaten. Manna. I'm gonna let it rain from heaven. They have bread. All we just eating this water and this drinking this water and eating this bread. Okay, I'm gonna rain down some quail. You want some meat? Quail. Quail is a bird. I fixed some quail for Thanksgiving last year. A little bitty old bird. That thing little smaller than a Cornish hen. But it was I didn't have to do a whole lot of seasoning at all. It was really tasty. The whole bird was dark meat. You know how people like when they don't want the white meat, they want the dark meat. Quail is all dark meat. Try it. Quail is all dark meat. All dark meat. Okay. So it's real juicy and succulent and all of that, but it's little. It's little bitty thing. So they had meat, like flesh meat, quail. They had bread that rained from heaven, manna from heaven, and they had water. So they were nourished, but they was used to the king's meat, right? Because they were bakers and they was this and they was that and they was, the king's meat, like whatever, all of that food that wasn't good for them. So they were nourished and fasting at the same time. Yahweh gave them what, and then he ground up that gold into like a liquid form and they had to drink it. They had gold in their bodies. They had to drink it because they were getting bit up by the fiery serpents and all of that. All types of stuff was happening. But they wandered around in the wilderness for 40 years because he was like, oh, a day for a year. Y'all were disobedient every time. Y'all, they steady trying to worship. He trying to get them out of that. Because that's what they did down here. It's all worship this God, worship that God, worship the king, worship Pharaoh, worship the sun god, worship this God, worship that one, worship. That's why he told them, you shall have no other gods before me. So if we're talking about breaking, I gotta break you out of the bad habits. But I am nourishing you. I'm nourishing you with this good, but you are going back to this other type of behavior that is not of me. So it's not that he is, yes, he separates us because we are peculiar people. He separates us. If you crying out, I don't want to be out here in the crack house no more. And then okay, so I'm gonna take you out of the crack house and then put you in somewhere where you could basically rehab. And I'm gonna nourish you in this environment, but now you acting crazy, trying to get back to the crack house. You're going through a healing crisis. So it's not me, or it's not it's not the facilitators and stuff in there that's trying to help you heal you or help you while you're healing. Okay. But when you start breaking and going crazy and all of that type of stuff, because you going through withdrawal symptoms. See what I'm saying? So, it's like, yes, I do. I want a relationship. This is the whole process of Yahweh. I want a relationship with you. I want you to call on me. Like, I do have the things that you need. However, I'm here with you. I am here with you. I do want you to depend on me. But not in a way where you're not free. Because you're free. You have free will. You are free to enjoy the abundance that I have here for you. It's good. But you are also free to go. It's not prison. This is not jail. You can go back to the crack house. But now, after you have gotten free from that and it's gotten out your system and it's out your body and everything, and you go back to that, it's going to be worse. But I'm not going to hold you. That's free will. And it's not that, like he was talking about, like these are cycles of narcissistic abuse and emotional control and behavior and all of that type of stuff. Like, that's not how Yahweh do or operate. That's not how he do or operate with his people. I want to be here because I want to be here. It is the ultimate freedom that I ain't never felt or been so free in my life. right? It's spiritual freedom. It's psychological freedom. It is emotional freedom. It is mental freedom. It's physical freedom. It's all of the freedoms. And now it's manifesting. Now these things, because it's inside, we want to talk about law of attraction. Because it's inside, now it's manifesting into the social freedom, right? I have the freedom to choose the environments that I want to be in. And I'm seeing that, this environment that I was in, but that was based on where I was spiritually, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, all of those things because of society, religion, all of that type of stuff, right? Just what I was talking about before with the whole Christian crusades and stuff like that. People were YAHSHUA's people, starting from there, they were being killed because they believed in YAHSHUA. Christian crusades, they were killing because people did not believe in Christianity. You see how Satan turned that around. He took that and twisted it for his own, again, being a copycat. But he's always about death. And even now, I mean, people aren't going like physically killing people like they was back in the day, but they're still doing it. They're still doing it, and they're doing it in the way that that we know them to do it. And there are many people that feel it. It's many people that are in my inbox all the time. All the time. It's like my inbox is the you know how like when people are escaping from abuse, my inbox is like the abuse escape place. I don't know what I can't think right now what they call it, but yeah. They come to my inbox. And I even had to ask Yahweh, like, what is this? What? Why? Because this happens often. I mean, like what is it's like they're and they say it. I felt like I was in and it didn't feel right, that it was like abuse and this is that and the other. And I give them resources and tools. And it's like, hey, if you desire, we can meet on Zoom. Zoom is my jam, right? We can meet on Zoom and have a whole Bible study. That's what we can do. Just let me know. But that was said, this is what I need you to do. And that's why we're here on Saturday mornings. Right. Um, and the after study, we do have an after study as well on Saturdays because I take a break in between this. And then an after study where my Zoom is open. You can see down there at the bottom, coachadasa.com. You'll see my Zoom room. And that Zoom room will be open at is it 3 p.m. 3, 4, 1. Yes, 3. Because I have to make also for Pacific time too. My Zoom room will be open. Okay, so that's all you have to do is click on there. Now don't click on the one that says join us on Zoom like the first one, because that one is about the 90-day challenge that we have with our Forex platform. Okay, so it's not that first one. But if you click down and you'll see meet me on Zoom, that's the one that you want to click on. And it'll be open. So if you find yourself in there, like come on in and we'll do that. But yeah, I find myself in that position where my inbox are for those who it seemed like they are looking for uh, they're searching for spiritual freedom, psychological freedom, emotional freedom, and even those who have found themselves in abusive, neglectful relationships as well, and they are attempting to get out of that. I got tools and resources that I share because it starts within first. Like many people make the mistake of attempting to physically get out. And don't get me wrong, if you're being physically abused, you have to get to safety. I mean, this is a matter of life and death, right? It's a matter of life and death. Um, um, but if it's not physical, but it's just as harmful, if not more harmful. If it's spiritual, psychological, like I said, mental, emotional, financial abuse, then you have to go about this in a totally different way. And what people are looking for are resources and tools to use to help them, right? To build up and build their strength in these things. Okay. And I I have a bunch, but starting spiritually, because that is where you don't find yourself in, again, hopping from one narcissistic relationship into another, right? Hopping from a narcissistic relationship, and next thing you know, you find yourself in a narcissistic cult of an organization, right? And then you're looking like, how did I get here? Okay, because you just didn't get all the way cleaned out. Okay, like, and she did mention that at the end. It's like he's cleaning you out, but it's not. It's again, it is not. We do not want to group, and I'm gonna say Yahweh, right? We don't want to group Yahweh with those other gods and how they do their processes, because trust me, they copycat. They always have. They always have. But Yahweh is about, now again, with you, guiding you, and leading you, and all of that through that whole process, because again, your family, but a healthy, functional family. Because sometimes people hear that word and they hear, when you say family and they came from a dysfunctional family, it's like it has a negative connotation, and so it's like, no, it's that the healthy family that you really wanted and desired. That's what this one is. Okay. That relationship with Yahweh, when it's like, I'm leading you, I'm guiding you, but he also disciplines. A good parent disciplines. And when I say disciplines, I'm not talking about uh, uh beat you to death. I'm not talking about that. But yes, there is chastisement. Yes, there is. I mean, come on, like my children, they break some rules and regulations in the house, that it's not to parade rain on their parade. It's actually to keep them safe, keep them from harm, keep them, from the different traps that's out here, in order to have them trapped up. You know what I mean? And then you step outside of that, there's consequences. That's just is what it is. There are consequences. And so, just like you train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Yahweh is that good parent. Okay. And he stay on us, but it's not like, it's not that I have never felt alone with Yahweh. I have never felt lonely. I've never felt alone or lonely. And it's so overwhelming at times. man, it's so overwhelming. There have been many times where just going about my day, doing whatever it is that I'm doing. And then I feel it just wells up from my heart, this overwhelming love from my heart. And it's just happy, not happy. Happy means chance and opportunity. Joyful tears. So when we're talking about seeking Yahweh's identity, because he says, seek my face, his identity, my attributes, my character, right? Then, and when you do that, and when these characteristics are being developed in you, then there's the fruit of the Spirit. Galatians chapter 5, verse 22 through 26, I think, right? Love, joy, peace, long suffering, or endurance. Endurance is of the heart, right? When they were traveling on foot 40 days and 40 nights, well, it should have been 40 days and 40 nights. Endurance. Okay? This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. See, narcissists love sprinting. I'm not talking about people who do sprints and sports and sprint running or whatever the case may be. I ain't talking about that. Right. I'm just saying narcissists want to do everything just like, they want to speed up the process of dating. They want all of the things that you would, it's like time release benefits. They impatient. They are impatient. They want everything now. They are entitled. Why do I have to wait? Why everything now? No. Now, I mean, there are some things, and don't mistake that for Yahweh tell you to do something and he tell you to do it now. That's different. That's like, okay, when it's time to clean up the house. I'm saying, okay, it's time to clean up. Everybody come on, now. And then here folks lollygagging. No, you trying to be disobedient. And that's not gonna help you out there in the world. Because when there needs to be, if there's a deadline or something like that that needs to be met, and you just taking your sweet little old time and all that kind of stuff, you're holding up the process of some things. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna end up getting left. This will go on without you. Like, we would like for you to be, but if you see if that plane gonna come from fly back down and come and pick you up because you was late to the airport. Not happening. You see what I'm saying? Like, right? But that's like, you know, you in order to develop properly, it takes some time, right? So narcissists don't, you know, they want all the benefits that you have in marriage and commitment, but without the actual marriage and commitment. They don't want they want all of this, and Yahweh is like, no, right? Like your ability to endure. Because you know what? Like I walk all the time. Okay. I'm gonna get my walk in today too. But I go walking often. I don't even know how many steps I take. I don't. I just because I like I like that trail. I like the trail. I like the nature trail that I go on. And I mean I walk back. It's usually like when I timed it, it's 70 minutes. So 70 minutes, that's an hour and 10 minutes. I had to start shortening the walk because for some reason I don't know. All of a sudden, at a certain point, my arms and my hands and my ankles and stuff start swelling up, and I'm like, why is I'm like, I like walking all the way down this way and coming back. He's like, no, I'm gonna need you to listen to your body. Okay. So I shortened the walk, but it's less than an hour. So it's less than the 60 minutes. Um, but my body gave the signal. I have to, other than that, I will still walk that whole thing. Now I could do it on a bike, go my bike, come back. But on that walk, he like, you doing too much. All right, fine. Um, so the walking and like if you jog, something, all of that is like it's heart. Okay, it works your heart out. Okay. Um, Cardio. You want to have a healthy heart. Yahweh also said, Jeremiah 31 through 34, I'll remove the stony heart and give you a new heart of flesh. So endurance or long suffering, he is working out the heart. So when we talk about cleaning you out, he's cleaning out anything that is not in the heart of Yahweh. Endurance. And how long will you some people they don't stay the course. They do not stay the course. They heart gone or is revealed. Their heart is revealed. Okay. And so yeah, that's why there's that endurance or long suffering. Okay. Faith, which is trust. Do you trust Yahweh? Do you trust him on this journey? Do you trust where he's leading and guiding you to? And that he has plans to prosper you? In Joshua or the book of YAHSHUA, he talked about it's good to quote the scripture and all of that, but like, do you know the process of the journey? That process. Are you able to endure? There were things that he told them. He was with them the whole time throughout this process. They had everything that they needed. They came out of Egypt with silver and gold and fine linen. They didn't come out of here broke, busted, and disgusted. They came out of here with resources. They came out of here with his resources. Because they all his anyway. Gold, silver, and the best, it said fine linens. So now they got his materials, and then they come out here, and now they have something to build with. But they're journeying. They're not going out there to live in the wilderness. They're journeying through the wilderness. But when they went through, they had great substance. What is it was this interview done one time where people it was really trying to see like do people really understand like resources and real value and things like that, right? And so it was this man, he's going through and he was like, um, I think he had like $100 bill and um maybe like a silver or gold piece that was worth way more. Well, it wasn't silver because silver now is at about 20 something, like $20, $20 or so, 25 bucks in ounces. So it had to be it was some gold. It was some like gold coin or whatever. So we know that is at about gold right now is at 18 like 1849 $1,849. I trade gold, so I know how much it is. Right? So a gold, an ounce is at, so this gold piece, an ounce of gold, and this $100 bill. And he's like, which one would you rather have? This piece, this right here, this coin, or this $100 bill? And everybody, give me the $100 bill. Give me the $100 bill. Give me the $100 bill. I was like, I wish I seen that man on that street right now. I wish he would walk up to me right now and ask me that question. Why wasn't I out there? Because I'd have been like, that gold piece. That the gold that now are you just asking, or was you gonna give it to me if I got the correct answer? Because I could use that gold piece right now. Right? So here it was. They came out of there with gold and silver and the best of the linen quality. They came out of there with that was great substance. Okay. And then when they came out, then he told them, okay, now that you have these resources, build. They used the doggone gold that they had on gold. They had gold earrings on. They had gold necklaces. They had gold bangles. They had all this gold, and they make us a golden calf, Aaron. And then Aaron, the priest, was like, okay, take off all your stuff, gold or whatever. And he went in, he grounded it, and he melted it, and he shaped it into a golden calf. Yahweh was like, could you, Moses, I'm gonna need you to go down there and get your people. Now he called them your people. Your people. Your people. Your people are out there peopling. Is what he told Moses. Like, get down. And that's why you see Moses right here finna break this. Not about to, but he broke the tables of stone because they broke the commandment. They said, I do, and then broke it. He married them out here. They broke it. That's the first thing they did. Let's just say this gave it up. That was idol worshiping. They had to get rid of that behavior. They came out with great substance. They had the great substance. They had Yahweh out here. Yahweh provided them food, clothes, and shelter while you're going through this cloud. It said that they followed the cloud throughout their journey. And when the cloud moved, they moved. When the cloud sat still, they sat still. Where the cloud went, they went. The cloud, your brain looks like a cloud. That's why it's up there in your head. That's the most holy place. The brain looks like a cloud. Where we see for message, we were talking about having a sound mind, That means that you can hear Yahweh. He is speaking to you. And when he's speaking to you, he is speaking, I don't want to say logically, but you could definitely hear him. And the things that he says actually is common sense. That's what it is. Common sense. It basic, simple, common sense. But it's so common and it's so simple to where you question it or you doubt it because our brains, our minds have been wired for complexity in this system. You got to do this and you got to do this and you got to do that and you have to jump these hoops and you have to do such and such and so and so forth and on into the night and all of that. And that's under that where the lady in here talked about and then he has to use you for this and that. We were used already in that way and abused. And Yahweh was like, no, that's not how I do. It's really simple. It's simple. I'm Yahweh, your Elohim, which brought you out of this system of abuse and neglect and all of that. The first thing I'm going to need you to do is not have any other gods before me, because those so-called gods, all they got is abuse, neglect, death. That's where you're gonna feel lonely and isolated and all of that type of stuff. Like, yeah, that's what that does. But that's not me. I am not. This is Yahweh talking. I ain't saying me. Just saying, he's like, I am with you. Israel means having power with Elohim. You don't have no power without him. Having power with Elohim. With me? It's just leading and guiding. When we're talking about submission, because that's often that thing, submit, submit, submit. Submit to Yahweh Elohim within you. Let him lead you and guide you. He will never steer you wrong. You will feel the love, the joy, the peace, the all of that. And you will be able to clearly see, because now he's in you and leading you and guiding you. It's within you. Now you're loving him and trusting him with all of your heart and all of your mind and all of your strength and all of your might. And so just by default, you are going to love your neighbor as yourself because you have the love and the trust in you in order to do so. And so in that, when you start to see clearly who you're looking at before you and the behaviors, you, again, a distinct discernment of, right? Believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they be of Yahweh or not. It say that in the book. Believe not every spirit, but try them. Try them. How do you do that? How do you do that? Well, man, again, we just talked about what that behavior, what it does. We talked about the transformation from Lucifer to the serpent, to the devil, to the dragon, to Satan and his cronies or his demons. Transform itself to an angel of light. But really, and we never did get to the Satan part, because we talked about dragon. That's dragging on the past and all of that type of stuff. We want to keep you fixated on the good times when you sitting there drowning. And it's like, what good times? Because them, and then when you ready to, okay, I'm out of here, or whatever the case may be, now I want to love bomb you again, like it was, but remember, it's like, no, I don't remember none of that. I don't care what it is that you're doing now, because no, it has been hell. Right? Period. It's been hell. Period, point blank, the end. And so, dragging on. Okay, Satan. Now, this is when he a whole thug. Yeah. It go from this angel of light to a whole thug. And his demons. The what we call, like I said, the flying monkeys, and all of that type of stuff. And so I don't even need to explain that part. I mean, that's when it's just bad. That is where you see the, I'm not going to even dive into that, but you know what I'm talking about. So try the spirits, whether they be of Yahweh or not. Then it say, you ask the question, well, how do you do that? What do you know that behavior does not like? It's impatient. It don't like to wait for things. It don't like to wait for nothing. It wants all of it, all of the benefits right now, without the work, without the commitment, without the, we're not talking about love bombing stuff. We're talking about a consistent behavior of goodness. Not only do you see that towards you, You see that towards other people as well. Right? Not a show. We tried in the fire. Have you seen them when it's fire time? How do they respond with it's an emergency? When it's urgent? When it's urgent with you? When it's urgent with others? How do they respond? How do they respond under pressure? How do they respond when they're angry? What angered them? Was it because an injustice happened? Not with them, not just with them, but on many different occasions with you as well. Or did it seem like it was an opportune time to respond for the people where that was an outward show for all to see? I'm telling you, it's some slick stuff in there because they can respond being a victor for the people in the spotlight. But what about when no one's watching? What about when no one's watching? What about when what about when no one will ever know in order to give them some accolades or, whatever? What if there is no thank you? Right? Is it they didn't even say thank you or was it done just because that's what you do without looking for somebody gonna say thank you, give me an award or a reward or whatever? Because if not, I ain't doing it. That takes time. How much time do you have? These are things that you need to see. And this is across the board. This is in in family, in relationships, work environments, organizations, across the board. And it is for you, you. Like, yes, it's that this is about to help you find Yahweh, your Elohim, as he really is and actually exist in you. In you. This is an old I mean, these are charts. I did not draw these. Okay. But some of these charts are like old charts that we use in our class to have pictorial illustrations. This is supposed to be, of course, like a brain, where there's that look, old day. Okay. The old day. What's the old day? What's that old hurt? What's that egotistical misdirected personality disorder or the narcissistic personality disorder or those types of disorders? Or look, and we call them disorders because Yahweh, he he brought order. All right. And look, some of us had these. Be honest. All right. Liar. Hold on. Let me put my glasses on so I can see. It says liar, transgression, strife, hell, ignorance, envy, uncircumcised heart, anger, inordinate anger, death, carnal mind, hate, greed, unruly, vain, condemnation. Let me see. Something opinions, traditions, imaginations. All right, those carnal things, carnality, new day in your heart, holiness unto Yahweh, love, spiritual mind, life, truth, obedient, humble, stable, just, peace, a circumcised heart, joy, chaste, pure. And then look, and when this day star arise in your heart, you see this right here. You see these little serpents right here around here hissing at you in your new heart, murderers hissing at you, liars hissing at you, deceivers hissing at you, deniers hissing at you, false prophets hissing at you. All because you minding your own business. Like, it's like I done been in hell before. I'm not even trying to go back. Period. I've been there. Don't want no type of extended stay. And then you just going on about your business, the business that Yahweh gave you. And because Yahweh tell you to open your mouth to speak some things, and it just light a fire. That's why we seeing these wildfires, just what we call it, a type and shadow. These wildfires in North America. Download that app. You'll see, spin that little globe around. You're like, there's no other wildfires besides in North America. What in the heck does that mean? Because Yahweh said that he gave a promise. I will not destroy the earth by water. He said, but I will by fire. That won't be an entire globe. But where there's land and land mass, and I see North America on fire, wildfires that wasn't too long ago. The air quality here, I mean, it was so bad. And I'm in Chicago. The air quality was so bad in Chicago. It was like, what in the heck? It just looked like a fire that was going on. And but it was from Canada. What? Yes. Well, what is happening? We want to turn a blind eye and act like these things, Yahweh's prophecies, are not coming to pass. They are. We get a the rainbow in the sky. It's like, yeah, that's the promise that he said he won't destroy the earth with overflow it with water. But when you purify, you cleanse with water. You purify with fire. You purify with fire. Give me gold tried in the fire. Gold. We talk about having a heart of gold. And then when you put gold and you melt it in the impurities and things like that come up. Yeah. So as a minister of Yahweh, minister of flaming fire of Yahweh, it's gonna light some fires in some places and in some people. And you think that they will not be hissing and persecuting you just like they did back there in the scriptures? They were killed, and Paul was chief in it. Saul turned Paul. He was there, right there, when they stoned Stephen for preaching YAHSHUA the Messiah. So they weren't killing those who didn't believe in YAHSHUA. Those who believed in YAHSHUA were being killed. Whether that's physically, whether that's spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, financially, socially. John chapter 17 was the prayer that YAHSHUA prayed for us. When we talk about the Lord's Prayer, that's John chapter 17. See what he said. As a matter of fact, we're going to read it, and then we're going to go ahead and end this so that you know you are not alone. You are not alone. And with Yahweh, you are not lonely. You may be alone. There's a difference. And I remember saying this. I was in my 20s. I'm sitting there. I just happened to, I said, you know, Yahweh, I said, I'm alone. Because I was alone. I said, but I'm not lonely. Huh. I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. And then he said, because I'm with you. Baby, that's all I need. Put me in a shoebox, and me, Yahweh Elohim, and YAHSHUA gonna be there chilling, communing, and all that. Baby, listen. You don't want to be lonely. It's okay to be alone. For a time, the time that he'll have you alone, because he wants to do a work in you to not harm you at all whatsoever. Okay. But you will suffer persecution. You will. It's, look, the right, you see that right there. You see that? Look, new day. Like, what these, look, these snakes weren't over here. When this is where you were, this is where we were, right? All carnality, carnal mind, carnal heart. We lying and transgression and strife and hell and all of that, unruly and vain with hate and greed. Where the snakes at? Where they at? Well, they're not over here because we were one of them. But then you not, and you over here, the new day with that star rise in your heart. Okay. He's purified you. Okay. Now you're chaste. You're experiencing joy in your soul. Right? Peace in your mind. Just your heart is circumcised. You're spiritually minded. You are love. You're in love. You have love. Okay. You're obedient to Yahweh Elohim and YAHSHUA the Messiah. You are humble. You are stable in your mind and your emotions and all of these things. True. Then what? Why are the snakes over here? Why are they over here? Look, murderers just hissing, talking about you, lying about you. Okay. So murdering your character, saying you doing stuff that you are not even doing. They doing it. They're the ones that's doing that. Okay. Lying about you, lying on you, Look, deceivers trying to deceive you. I mean, well, it's not really like, and it. Bye. Deniers denying you, denying. I mean, baby, look, false prophets. Now you acting like Yahweh done gave you a message to tell send folk that he did not give. And why is that? Because it needs to align with what the other prophets were saying. To the law and to the prophets, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light or understanding in them. That's Isaiah 8:20. Each one of the prophets, they're in a different age and dispensation, but they saying the same thing. Why? Because Yahweh is the one that was telling them, and he's not going to say anything different. He said, I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob, you're not consumed. I'm going to say the same thing I said before. I'm going to say the same thing I said in that time, in this time. And so if you listen to or read all of the prophets, like some of these books of the prophets, they like little letters. They're not even that long to read. I mean, you can read them. You probably read more online than you would read this whole, like, okay, Jonah, Micaiah. This is it's not even long. You know, I mean, like Ezekiel and Isaiah and Jeremiah and them, you might want to listen to them. That might take you a while. You know, it might take you a little, but not really. Not really, though. If you could read a 200-page book or a little, look, if you could read a book this size, this one probably has, this book has, it's 100 pages, 101, 103. I mean, there's some other pages, but roughly 103 pages. If you could read a little 103-page book like this, then you could read the books of the prophets, right? You will find they are basically saying the same thing. So then when you have these false prophets out here, oh, I prophesy over you that whatever. What did the other prophets say? What did the other prophets say? Usually, when the prophets were saying, and they start, and the word of Yahweh came unto me saying, and in a nutshell, he would be giving them a warning, had to clean it up before the warning went into effect, and if it just so happened or it did or whatever, why he doing what he doing, and what will come out on the other side of that. Like, I'm gonna need y'all to clean this up. You got a space to do it. If you do this, you're gonna receive these benefits, because this is what I really want to do for you. Like, I did all of this for the betterment of you all. That's why I did, because I changed not. In the garden, in the beginning, I created everything. I did all of this in preparation for you. And then I placed you there to keep it and maintain it and enjoy it. And I said this one thing because I knew what was already here. I knew what was here. I gave you warning of not to don't do it, because I already seen what happened. Like, I had to kick that old boy out. So I know it's here lurking around. But because I gave you dominion, you have dominion over that. I gave you the power to overcome it by not even partaking in it. Now be free and enjoy. Yahweh did not micromanage. None of that. I gave you everything you need. I know all this other thing that's here, and I'm telling you, just stay away from that, and you're gonna be good. Now have a ball. That was the beginning. I am Alpha and Omega, right? He showed Moses the end, the beginning from the end, showed John the Revelator the end from the beginning. So then, when he's, again, prophets, this is what I desire. But if they partaking in these things, this is coming. And y'all gonna be messed up for a while. And you have to go ahead and ride that out. And then after this time, I'm going to bring you back to the original state and condition that I had for you all in the beginning in the first place. That was always the warning with every single prophet. False prophet may say that, may not say that. But if they want to be like, then they might try to get it as closely as possible to it, but they don't have the power and the authority from Yahweh Elohim. That's just what he told me long time ago. This was what this was. I was going to say 19 something. It wasn't 19 something. It was I always remember things by the children that I have. I was on my way home from Bible class. So this was in 2000, I think probably 2 or 3, maybe 3. 2002, 2003, somewhere around there. And I was on my way home driving for Bible class. He said, there's a difference between believing and having the authority. Right within me, he took me through Acts and all of that. And he was saying, okay, when they received the Holy Spirit, those that went up there and they were there, they received the Holy Spirit and they went out on a commission to do the things, whether it was healing, speaking, whatever it is that he had them doing. And he said there were those that were around that were watching them and they saw what they were doing and they started mimicking them. Okay. And I'm like, okay, let me run this back so I could make sure that I was understanding what he was saying. I'm like, okay, so what you saying is, and then I'm like, okay, so they were doing the same things, but one had the Holy Spirit from you and the other ones didn't. He said, yes, you could believe a lie or you could believe the truth. Belief is neutral. It's what and who you believe in that makes the difference. I'm like, yo. So if I believe the person that had the Holy Spirit because Yahweh working with them, then I believe the other one that was doing the same thing, same, similar and all of that. but they don't have Yahweh's power. And they may have the power of the Janus and Jambres and the magicians and the sorcerers and all of that, but they don't have Yahweh's power. I said, oh, wow. Whoa, that's deep. He said, yeah. Then he said, you now have the authority. Of course, I'm like, the authority to do what? What you talking about, Willis? So of course I went. By the time I got home, I'm like, I'm looking at everything. I'm looking up authority for like authority. Okay, the authority to what? Like, what did you offering me to do? You know, then you know how I do. Anytime he tell me to do something, I'm not that person. Like I'm not that I'm not jumping head in, but you saying for me to do this or whatever, but now I need to, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like anybody else that he worked with. Check out, see what he did with Moses. Did Moses go, oh well, yeah, now I got because Yahweh told me. And so now Moses was like, listen, I I stutter. I can't really Moses, Yahweh was like, who made your mouth? What you mean you stutter? I know you stutter. Who? Look, Jonah, I want you to go over there and preach and tell the people of Nineveh that Jonah was like, ooh, I ain't going over there. He tried to run. Like for real. And see what the people of when Yahweh told people to do things, when he chose them out to do this, that, and the other, and so forth and so on. They wasn't just, oh yeah, gung ho. I'm telling, when I see people do that, I'm like, we almost be in hiding. I'm serious. We're almost in hiding. Why? And not that we're afraid, for our lives' sake or anything like that. But Yahweh even said, I hid me. He said, I hid me in darkness. Yahweh even hides himself. YAHSHUA was hidden for a time. Babies are hidden. They're hidden in the womb. They're hidden in the fetus for a while. For a reason. Right? Because when it come time, guess what? Murderers, liars, deceivers, deniers, false prophets, they coming. They coming. Do not be afraid. Do not be alarmed, because Yahweh has not given you a spirit of fear. He's not. And I don't want to just say that part, right? But he has not given you a spirit of fear. So don't fear. Every battle he has won. Every single one. You are not fighting alone and by yourself. He is with you and he is fighting it for you, but he has to fight it through you. So, just like in my prayer, okay, I asked him to strengthen the power of the Holy Spirit in me, to cast out demons, to speak with a new language, to lay hands on the sick and they recover. Right? And that if I drink any deadly thing, whether it's false doctrine, all right, whether it's some of this food that's out here, look, we saved by grace just because the food is not even food. We don't, there's this documentary. I got to finish watching it. Because when you click on it, you can watch like the free little version for 10 minutes. But if you want to watch the full documentary, you got to pay $4. It is worth the $4. It's a war on farmers. There's a food crisis going on right now. We're not eating real food. Even if we think we eating real food, it's not real food. I love fruit. The fruit is probably not even real fruit. But we still alive. We still but what? What do Yahweh say? Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of the Father. So make sure that his word, get in his word. Yes, read this book. I'm not talking to everybody. I'm not talking to everybody. And I know that I'm not talking to everybody. I'm talking to his people who are called by his name. That's who I'm talking to. So if that be you, get into this book. Let me go here. Here are your research helps. Screenshot it. I did something there. Yep, let me go back. There we go. Okay. Oh yes. There. What? Shoot. Get my glasses. And look, I had put them up on my head. I forgot that I took them down. And let me. Yes. I saw a comment pop up. So yes, Brenda. I'm gonna put that here. She said, "Thank you for bringing attention to this mental disorder called narcissism. I will continue to bring attention to this mental disorder called narcissism." And we have that chart in class where it says egotistical misdirected personality disorder. That is narcissism. And we need to be able to identify it no matter who we dealing with, organization, work, home, family, relationships, getting into one, or whatever. I mean, I think I've become the person to where I could see it in the eyeball, like in the eyeball. I'll be like, no, I'm good. Like I am steady, like Yahweh, just give me, I mean, I need you to heighten my senses. Like for real, like give me the spidey senses, heighten them. You got to pray for these things and about these things. So, yes, I will be throughout. I have to highlight it because now that's what we call it. But what it really is that spirit, right? It's the disobedient, rebellious, Lucifer, serpent, the devil, the dragon, Satan and his demons. That's what that is. But of course, they're not going to use those terms because those are deemed as religious terms and in that clinical setting. But in that clinical setting, that is what that is. And when you can see it in the scriptures and that outlining of the time that we're in. In the last days, perilous times shall come. Men shall be lovers of themselves, haughty, boastful, truce breakers, without natural affection. Like all of those things, all of those are behaviors of those that have that type of personality disorder. And it's not just men, it is women as well. Okay, women and men. I mean, like with all the discrimination and division and all of that exists, the devil don't discriminate. Now he'll get you to do it, but he don't. He don't care if you are white, if you black, if you Asian, if you're he don't care none of that. Whoever he can use to do that, that is what he'll do. He don't care if you're a woman, if you're a man, if you're a boy, if you're a girl, it doesn't matter. As long as he can use you, that is what he'll continue to do. Right? Oh, yes, yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. I know. I was too dealing with it, and when he revealed it to me, and he told me, and see, that's the thing about it. It's like we have with the religious teachings that we've been in just within this culture and the society and all of that is having this it's Egyptian culture. Okay, it's this sky god, this god that's just softened the others, and then this god is magical and he does magic and all of that, and that's not how Yahweh operates, right? When we ask him, when we feel that something is out of order, is not right, because Abraham did that same thing. Abraham, something not right, and he paid attention to that, and he went out in nature, like in the book of Jasher. That's where we get this from. In the book of Jasher, which is mentioned, the book of Jasher is mentioned in the Canaanized Bible twice. So, as students, we study and we do our due diligence to research. That's how we were taught. We were taught to research. And then we turn around and actually do the research. And then when we want to present it, next thing you know, we getting beat kind of from the floor. And it's like, wait a minute. How you gonna tell me to research, and then when I actually do the research and present it, now you want to take the stick and beat the charts like you beat me with it? No. Right? Like, that book is mentioned right here. Like, what are we doing? And as ministers of Yahweh, he said that his ministers are not, we're not here to be fighting and striving. We are here to serve, because that's what a minister is. A minister serves. That's what a minister does, right? We're not here to fight. Yahweh does that. But we're here to serve in a way where we're preaching the gospel. We are giving people Yahweh. We're giving them the sources and the resources and things like that they need, the tools to use. And then boom, we off, just like how Peter was when after they received the Holy Spirit and he traveling. I think it was Peter, and the man was sitting there, kind of striving about reading the scriptures, trying to understand. And he came to him and he asked him about, okay, like, basically what you doing? He's like, well, I'm trying to understand this. And so he sat with him and he opened up his understanding, showing him, giving him clarity on what that was. And when he received it, or his mind was open and received it, it's like, you got it? You good? Okay, now he gone. He gone. But now he gave that man what he needed, and now he going on with Yahweh. It's not for us. Like, we trying to create this following or something like that. Like, I'm a human being. I bleed red blood, have aches and pains, days where I don't feel like it, and then when I do, and then I got a household to take care of, and a disabled daughter to take care of, and students to teach, and money to manage, and you know what I'm saying? Like, all kinds of stuff. I am not your God, and I'm not trying to prop myself up to be. Yahweh is that person. Or not person. Yahweh is spirit, right? Like, Yahweh is that spirit. And so in that, give you him, and he's going to give you what you need for your situation to help you to get out of it, right? And so in that, when I was like, something ain't right, you know, and if we don't deny that, see, this world, culture, society, religion, or whatever, um, basically has you to try to teach you to not do that. Like don't rely on your intuition, your instincts. When that's what Yahweh gave you. That's what he gave us. What is intuition? Let's break down that word. Intuition. In. That's within. That's inside. Tuition. What do we do with tuition? If we go to school, we pay tuition. Okay, tuition. I'm looking at this from the etymology. Early 15C. Protection, care, custody. From Anglo-French, Old French, guardianship. Ain't that beautiful? A look after, a caring for, watching over, protection, guardianship, to look after. Then it also says meaning, action or business of teaching pupils. Is recorded from the 1580s. The meaning, money paid for instruction, 1828. Probably is short for tuition fees, in which tuition refers to the act of teaching and instructing. What did YAHSHUA say? I will send the comforter, right? I will send the Holy Spirit, which is the comforter, that will teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance, whatsoever I have said unto you. So there it was. First of all, he was talking to the disciples, students, because he had 12 students that he was teaching. He was teaching them how to heal. He was teaching them about the body. He was teaching them about the universe. He was teaching them about the scriptures. He was teaching them about a self. He was teaching them all these things. He was teaching them. But then he said he had to, hey, I got to die. I got to die this death. But after my soul, my spirit is released from this body, this spirit poured out upon all mankind, so that you receive this spirit that's in my body, you're going to get it. And whatever I have taught you while I was physically with you will be in you, having what? By definition, protection over you, care for you, custody of you, guardianship of you, looking after you, watching over you, right? Teaching you all things. What I was that I taught you while I was physically with you. Now, when we go to school, right? Whatever it is that we're learning, and we're with that teacher, okay? And that teacher is teaching us. And then we move on to the next grade. Or, like after a while, now you get different teachers. And that teacher is teaching you certain things and all of that. And then you go on and say you go to a college or university, and then you go into these, and then they're teaching. And then say afterwards in your profession, and then you want to have like these, especially if you have a license or anything like that, you have to, for your continuing education, because there's technological advances and all of these type of things, refreshers, like these refresher courses and all of that, right? But while you're in the field and you're in the profession, I mean, if you still have a teacher, like say if I was a surgeon and I'm in here and I'm doing surgery on somebody. That person, they trust me as their surgeon. Do I need if I still need a teacher or I need to be grabbing the book, right? While I am performing the surgery, by now I should have it in me. So now what is in me as a professional, what's in me, it's teaching me and it's leading me and it's guiding me, right? So that's intuition. And then we're being taught, don't. The deceiver, that's what the deceiver wants to do. The deceiver wants you to not trust your inner teaching. They don't want you to trust Yahweh in you. Because they want you to put your trust in, Yahweh said, don't put your trust in man. Now, I may trust Yahweh that if Yahweh say, this is the person, or these are the people, or this is the group, or this is the job, this is the organization. Okay. But at the same time, now what I don't want you to do is start putting them over me. Because I may just have you here for a time, not forever. Right? But don't put them over me. Don't put them over me speaking with you, leading you and guiding you. Don't put their voice over mine. Because the minute you start to do that, you're going to have some problems. Right? So that intuition, that inner knowing, that instinct, that Yahweh gave us all of that. And then he tells you or he teaches you or he's showing you, just like he did with me when I feel something not right with this. Like, what is this? Then he told me, he said, search emotional abuse. Those were his exact words. Search emotional abuse. And we act like Yahweh won't tell you to do that. Why not? Then he took me down a whole rabbit hole of like, whoa. Then start showing things throughout situations, people, and myself in it and all of that. And it's like, ooh, okay, well, Yahweh, how? And then it was that back and forth, that it seemed like that back and forth process. Like Moses going back and forth with Pharaoh. Right? This back and forth is like, let me go. Now I won't let you go. Now I'm gonna let you go. I ain't gonna let you go. Let me. Now I don't need you. Okay, but I do. And I'm talking about in many different. So I've seen this and experienced it in relationships, in organizations, in look, religion, like all of it. That's how I was able to see it. I'm like, this thing, it's like all over. Then that's when he showed me, because where we are, he said, go to 2 Timothy third chapter, go to 1 Timothy 4th chapter. What do you see? Man, this is what's going on. This is what this is. This is what it is. And yeah, because we're where? Then that's what we know where we are in the pattern. And then what we need to do. And then the way of escape. And just like with Pharaoh, because you can't, even in judicial systems, okay, I have a client right now that's dealing with a situation like that. And shoot, a lot of people are judges. Some of them are not aware, but some of them actually have that behavior. Police departments, because one thing that is said about those, those who have that egotistical, misdirected personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, all of that is this. They seek, I mean, these are the people where there's overt and covert, you know. So all of them not like overtly where, hey, I have to be at the top of this or that or whatever. And just because we see a person that may be at the top of their game or their profession or well known or whatever doesn't mean that they're a narcissist, right? But it's more that goes, into that. Um I've dealt more with the covert kind, right? Or the covert type. I've had experiences with the covert type. And those are the ones that really, man, they go under the radar. I think that there are more covert ones than the overt ones. The overt ones you could clearly see. You avoid them like the plague. You like, ooh, no, it's the covert ones. Them. Them things. And I don't want to say it like that, but it's like them things. Man, you really do have to ask Yahweh to lead you and guide you through that and that process of untangling yourself from all of that. And without because I know how I know how you would feel. People that's dealing with that, how you feel. It's like, it's like you wanna let the world know, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? But it's not good for you. It's not good for you. And you really do have to let Yahweh fight that battle. And you have to stay focused, just like when the children of Israel were coming up out of Egypt, and you had that cloud, and it was light. That same cloud, which was typified of Yahweh, right? That same cloud was light for the children of Israel, but darkness for the Egyptians. It's like Yahweh being light for you, and that same Yahweh darkness for them. And you and Yahweh saying, they like, oh, they coming back, or whatever. And he's like, keep moving forward, stay focused, move forward, stay focused. Or when YAHSHUA was walking on the water out there, and they looking like, yo, water um which is a symbolism for emotions. Like what that was showing was YAHSHUA having dominion and control over the waters or the emotions, right? Like he's walking on water. Because there are many emotions that you'll have, especially dealing with those people. And it's a process, but we have to, he gave us dominion. He gave us dominion. He gave us the authority. So they want to manipulate your emotions like you a puppet, and they got you on the strings dangling, and have you all over the place, and your mind not right, psychological, just like all of these things. But it's like taking your power, because it's your power, right? It's your power, it's your emotions, and snatching that power back from them into your own hands, because they want power. They want power over people. They want to be, the influence, because it's really a in the clinical psychology, it's like it has a lot to do with like codependency. And it's funny that we're talking about this at the time that we're in. Like we just had a full moon in like we're in Libra season, right? And yesterday, 4:57, I believe, AM Central Standard Time, we had a full moon in Aries. And that dynamic, okay, that dynamic of Aries and Libra, uh, Aries, that is, the symbolism in astrology is the ram's head, right? The sheep, okay? A ram is a male lamb, right? And this is like in astrology, it's represented as the self, right? Um, the self, the body, what it looks like, the aura, even like first house. I'm not talking about Aries itself, but Aries in astrology rules the first house. And this is the house of self, personality, aura, um, all of that, like your identity, how people know you, that type of thing. Whereas Libra, opposite house, the seventh house is about partnership, right? The scales, the balance, right? That's why the symbolism, you'll either see the scales, or you'll see a woman holding the scales. She has like a blindfold on, and it's just like holding the scales. So it's partnership. It's and whether that's partnership is in business or marriage, um it's that when he says, be ye not unequally yoked, that's that balance. So it has to be equal balances, right? This is where you have agreements, like you agree, um you negotiate, so that all parties involved are, you're on equal footing. You're you're being treated equally and fairly, the reciprocity, like those things, right? And we just had that full moon, like I said yesterday. And usually after a full moon, you kind of feel the effects of what that is with about 48 to 72 hours, like afterwards, because again, as above, so below, on earth as it is in heaven, that type of thing. So uh the unhealthy partnerships, or that would be like codependency, because Aries or the self, that's about independence. Okay, independent, like I can stand on my own 2 feet. I can, I'm independent. I can, if I had a partner or if I don't have a partner, I'm gonna be okay, right? Like that's what that independence is. Independent, self-sufficient, that. Libra is about partnership. So if you have two whole independent people in partnership, interdependence. So Libra would be the marriage or the business partnership where you have two whole people that are bringing, things to, like folks talking about that, bringing something to the table and all of these types of things, right? But what is that? It may be something that the other person is not necessarily lacking, but they may not be as skilled or whatever in that area, but it's something that's needed. Okay, so I'm going to partner with this person because they're good at that while I'm good at this. And when we bring these things together, man, we could do some great things, right? And so it's reciprocal. You work together, you negotiate, it's fair, all of that. Codependency is like two unhealthy people that are lacking, like on their own, they can't function. Like on their own, they can't function. Okay. Or maybe one can, but the other one can't. And now, they're together in this partnership, and I'm talking about above and beyond just like money, because that's the talk that's out there now. Like, what you bring to the table? You ain't have no money, and then you just like, we can even, that can go into that too, but we can be talking about like life skills. You know what I'm saying? Things that you can do for yourself that for some reason you're not doing, or you're afraid of doing it, or whatever. Like, I don't know. It could be look, spiritual. It could be some characteristics, like all of these things where a person may be lacking that, or both people lacking, well, like whatever. And if they were apart, like they literally could not function. That's not healthy. That is codependency. And the narcissist has something in them, character flaws, right? Well, we talk about having Yahweh's character: wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. Well, that narcissist does not have that. They don't have it. They have a form of worship, or a form of godliness, a form of righteousness, which is self-righteousness, but they don't have the power of the Holy Spirit. They don't have that character. They don't have any of it. But they have a form of it, but they have the earthly kind. But then here you are. You sought Yahweh's face. You got his identity. You got his power. Or maybe on the way to heaven, something like that. I don't know. So they see that goodness in you. And the narcissists act like they like you, but they don't. They hate you. They hate you. Yahweh's people, we don't have that. And that's why a lot of times we can't understand it. Because, you might have a dislike for something, right? Like, but, like hate to the point of murder. And I'm talking about murder. I'm not talking about physical, but I'm talking about like this insidious way of attempting to, like the young lady talked about in there, she was talking about a breaking. Yahweh is not breaking you down. He is not breaking you down. He's building you up. He's building you up. The narcissist wants to break you down. Huge difference. Now, if you've had something that you are holding on to that is not of Yahweh, as Yahweh is building you up, just like, again, I talked about that when you work out. When you're working out, the muscles are weak. They're weak. When you're when you start to build those muscles with resistance, okay, like resist the devil and he'll flee from you, right? With resistance, you're building up muscles. With weight, bearing weight. That's actually strength. The resistance is for building muscle, whereas weight, like you lifting weights, that's actually for bone health, for strength, for the bones, right? And so, and then of course you want to stretch, stretch those ligaments and things like that. But in the building up of the muscles and strengthening the bones is tearing down the old and the weakness that's in there, but you're building up. And it's painful, but you're building up. It's not breaking you down. The narcissists hate that, want to break you down. You think you too good. And we're not even talking about like, you're not out here. Look, again, just the way Yahweh would have you do, operate, move, all of that. When you have his spirit, when we grew up in Mississippi, like everything was black excellence. It just was. It's black excellence. Like, why are you even doing what you're doing if you're not going to excel? It's like, it makes no sense. Look, that's the way we was taught. That's the way we were taught. That's the way we were raised. Why are you doing what you're doing if you're not going to excel at it? If you're not going to be the best at what it is that you're doing? It's not about being, it's about you being good at what you are doing. Right? So you got the Holy Spirit, which is YAHSHUA the Messiah in you. And what was he? He was good. He was obedient. He was humble. Okay? But he also didn't take no mess. He didn't take no mess. Every time them people came at him, those narcissistic Pharisees and Sadducees and the Essenes and all of them, scribes, when they came at him, he put them in their place. Because it's like, first of all, I'm over here minding my Father's business. And here you come, just like we saw them snakes that was over there. Here you come. You trying to do all of this. So we're going to handle that. But I'm staying focused here. Y'all not going to play and manipulate my emotions. He's walking on water. He has control over the emotions. The narcissist wants to have control over your emotions. To manipulate, emotional manipulation, emotional abuse, emotional neglect, like all of that. They do all of that. And it's like, but why? Like, why do they come searching for you? When you're not even bothered. As a matter of fact, you find yourself in relationship with them in some kind of way, shape, form, fashion, capacity, or whatever the case may be. You helping them. You're helping them while they are hurting you. Ain't that's what happened with the children of Israel. They're building up Pharaoh's treasure cities. That's helping. But he's killing their children, making their job rigorous and hard, and then taking away the resources in order for them to get the job done, but saying you need to get the job done. What I'm going to get the job done with? Oh, you go out there and get it. To build my church of cities. I'm trying to make that make sense. It don't. because those people, I'm telling you, it is a whole mental disorder. It is. It really is a mental disorder. It is an emotional disorder. It is a psychological disorder. And it is a spiritual disorder at best. It really is a spiritual disorder. And that's why Yahweh had to deal with it. You cannot. Only thing that you can do is stay focused. Yahweh, Elohim, YAHSHUA. Research helps. Get in there, learn about your body. If you're feeling any type of, because I'm telling you, you will start going through anxiety, depression, PTSD, or CPTSD. If you have not been to a licensed, mental health professional, I suggest you find one and find one quickly, and then vet them. Ask them if they are well versed in narcissistic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder. If they are not, keep moving until you find one that is. If you have health benefits, I suggest that you use them so that you can start therapy, because what will end up happening, now you get a diagnosis, you're going to need that. You will need it. Okay? You will need to start journaling. You will need to start journaling on how you feel. You will need to start journaling events as they happen in real time, because your mind will start to play tricks on you, because that is what they do to your mind. They use that. It's like psychological torture of gaslighting, making you doubt your own reality, making you doubt yourself. And then when you start to see them, they're treating other people better than they treat you, to make you think that you are the problem, when actually they are the problem. But that is a technique that is used so that you start to think, well, maybe I am the problem then. Maybe if I just told a lie, and then maybe if I just do what they want me to do, or then they'll treat me better. But you were already doing that, and they weren't treating you better. They weren't. And they're not going to. I don't care what you do. Whatever it is that they say, I don't care what you do. Because their spirit, that spirit that is operating in them to get to you, because you are a child of the Most High Yahweh Elohim, wants to take you away from Yahweh Elohim, because it is an adulterous spirit. It is. When it said the works of the flesh are these, there were three that were mentioned. They were the first three: adultery, fornication, uncleanness. And look at the behavior of the narcissist. An adulterer is one who pollutes and corrupts. And when Yahweh gave the children of Israel the commandments, he was setting laws against that behavior because they just had come from up out of that culture that was steeped in that type of behavior. So the people who he was working with that you just came up, I mean, come on, 400 years. I mean, shoot, forget the 400 years. If you grew up in a household like that, you were the one that was kind of like the black sheep and the scapegoat at the same time. And you knew something was wrong or whatever. And then you finally came out of that household because just through, you won't, hopefully you're not in your parents' house forever. But you come out at the age that you to get, and most people who came out of those environments, you came out early. You was like, I got to get up out of here. Like as soon as I'm legal, I'm gone. Right. And so but I mean, even if not, maybe you stay longer. I don't know. Everybody had a different, things, but you came up out of that environment. In many cases, a person that came out of that type of environment had a tangle, whether it was in a relationship or a job or whatever, where they ended up in that situation again because it was familiar. Because it was familiar. It felt common. And so, saying that to say, that was their experience going out there in the wilderness. Now you out of that, but now it's like it followed me. That spirit followed them out there in the wilderness. Right? And it's like you got to have a detox of it, a detox of all of that, because that relationship does not work unless you are compliant with their behavior. It wants you to comply. It's big on compliance, huge on compliance. It wants you to comply, but there's two different sets of rules. It's a set of rules for them, and then a different set of rules for you. They can do this, that, and the other. You can't do that. They don't lead by example because they're not going to do it. But you have to, and see, you actually, with your behavior, although they hate your behavior, they hate that spirit in you, but you actually make them look good. So they do want a lot of good people around because they understand that, like birds of a feather flock together type of thing, and all of they understand that. So yeah, I need to have some good people around because then that make me look good, although I am not good. I'm evil. But I'm evil behind closed doors. I'm evil when ain't nobody looking. But you good if nobody's looking. If somebody looking or they not, it don't matter. Just because you're not looking for people to be looking at your you see what I'm saying? But I'm telling their mind, I mean, it's so much of a that you just don't even want to. It's like, oh, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole of their mind and their thinking process, because it's like what in the heck? And so you have to be outside of it and stay focused to not get caught up in their entanglements, because they want to entangle you. in all of that and how you, I mean, and then suck the life out of you as well. Suck your very soul dry. And that is the way right now that we're the time that we're in, the stuff that we're living in, like all of this. And this has happened throughout history. Throughout history. But because we are at the end of a world, a age, and a dispensation, it's like the heat is on, the fire is turned up. Yahweh is turned up the fire, because fire, again, it raises the impurities to the top. You're going to either have impurities or gold. And they're being they I mean, we see the signs of the fire just in North America. That's the sign of the fire. But Yahweh turned up the fire. Yep, he turned up the fire, and the sign of that is North America is wildfires burning. But it's codependent, and Yahweh does not want you in a codependent relationship with a narcissist. Yahweh wants you in relationship with him. Interdependency. It's not codependent with Yahweh, because Yahweh will not have you. Yahweh will not have you codependent. He won't. Like we do depend on him, but we live, move, and have our being. He made us able-bodied. We are able-bodied and we are capable. We are capable. He strengthens us. He gives us power. We have a strong foundation, right? We have a heart of love and justice and beautiful. We have the wisdom and the knowledge and the intelligence. That's being whole. He wants whole, capable, sound people doing his will. And in the kingdom, he gave us we have access to, we have access. Period. That narcissistic and don't want that at all whatsoever. And so John 17th chapter, like I said, this was YAHSHUA's prayer for us. John 17th chapter. So if anybody want to, what's the Lord's prayer? This is the Lord's prayer. This is YAHSHUA's prayer. John 17th chapter, reading from the Holy Name Bible. These words spake YAHSHUA, and lift up his eyes to heaven, and said, Father, the hour is come. Glorify thy Son, that thy Son also may glorify thee, as thou hast given him power over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as thou hast given him. And this is life eternal, that they might know that thou. When I see thou, I'm gonna say you, because that's what it means. We are not reading in Old English. So okay, so you only are the true El, and YAHSHUA the Messiah, whom you have sent. I have glorified you on the earth. I have finished the work which you gave me to do. See, you capable. You capable. You able-bodied. He sent YAHSHUA to do a work. He said, I did the work you gave me to do. Competent. Okay. We're in an interdependent relationship with Yahweh. We are. Okay. No codependency. And now, oh Father, glorify you me with your own self, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. He said, before the world was. I have declared your name unto the men which you gave me out of the world. I have declared your name unto the men which you gave me out of the world. Yours they were, and you gave them me. And they have kept your word, not YAHSHUA's word, not Hadassah's word, not Yahweh's word. Now they have known. To know means to be intimate with. They have known that all things whatsoever you have given me are of you. Right? For I have given them the words which you gave me, and they have received them, and have known surely that I came out from you, and they have believed that you did send me. I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them which you have given me, for they are yours. You see that fine distinction? I pray for these. I'm not praying for the world. I am praying for these that you gave me out of the world. Ten, and all mine are yours, and yours are mine, and I am glorified in them. And now I am no more in the world. He said, I'm not in the world, but he was there. I'm not in the world. I am no more in the world, but these are in the world. They in the world. And I come to you. Holy Father, take and keep through your own name those whom you have given me, that they may be one as we are. Be one, be one, be one. Bone, bone, bone. This is why the bones, like after you die and they still hear the bones, because bone represents spirit. Spirit doesn't die, right? And and it's the structure. It's the structure. Okay. Be one, bone. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in your name. Those that you gave me, I have kept, and none of them is lost, but the son of perdition, in fulfillment of the scriptures. None of them is lost, but the son of perdition, in fulfillment of the scriptures. That narcissistic personality behavior entity thingy, that is the son of perdition, and he go about and grab up some folks who gonna go down with him. That has been the way and the history of it all the time. And now come I to you, and these things I speak in the world, that they might have my joy fulfilled in themselves. He will give you joy. Joy. You hear me? Love, peace, joy. Was it love, joy, peace? It's a way, because it's the way that it's ordered in Galatians is actually the way that it develops. All right. So be mindful of that order. I have given them your word, and the world. I have given them your word, and the world will hate them. Because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. We're not talking about, you know, religion. And so if you don't do this, or if you don't do that, or if you, if you smoke a cigarette, or, whatever, then you are the world and you just secular music. And we're not talking about that. We are not talking about that. There's the distinct behavior that is, you can feel it. You don't have to say a word. You could just be sitting there minding your business. People will feel your spirit. And if they are not up, they will hate you. And you never did nothing to nobody. You just sitting. Like, I mean, that's how their whole face will go into a thing. Honey, I have seen those things. They will transfigure right before your face. What we call it shape shifting. They will shape shift at. I pray not that you should take them out of the world, but that you should keep them from the evil one. Right? Because what? I mean, we here. We gotta, we did the pandemic, that whole thing or whatever. But unless we are off the grid somewhere, not around people or whatever, we here. You might have to go to work, live with your family in the house, go all of these different organizations, all of these different things. And if Yahweh has not brought you out of there yet, YAHSHUA said, keep them from the evil one. Keep that evil from affecting them. Like when it talk about, I forgot what scripture that is, but putting on that, that helmet of faith and the sword of the truth and the feet shod with the preparation of the gospel. And like, yeah, you have to have on armor. Put on the whole armor. You have to be armored up spiritually. Look, ask for it, pray for it. I do it all the time. Is my spiritual shield up? When I start doing that and practicing that, it's like it's up. You don't feel all of these things, jabs, like whatever. It's like, right? Keep them from the evil one. They are not of the world. You are not of the world. He said, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify them or cleanse them through your truth. Truth cleanses you. Truth sanctifies you. Right? Sanctify means to cleanse, to clean, to make pure. Okay? But truth does that. So you got to know the truth. First of all, the name. There's a reason why they wanted to take the name. It's like, listen, they start saying the name. Read the book of Acts. Like Acts. What is Acts? The actions of the things that happen after they received the Holy Spirit. And when they were out there doing what it was that they was doing, which was what YAHSHUA was doing. YAHSHUA was doing it. He was teaching them how to do it. And then he said, and my spirit is going to be poured out. And then I'm going to need y'all to meet up at this place. And when y'all there, you're going to receive the Holy Spirit. You're going to receive my spirit. So the things that I taught you, Now you're going to be able to do that powered with the Holy Spirit. Now, when you go out doing these things, you're going to get the results. And guess what? Man, them people was after them. Governments. They was like, wait, the people are being healed. So we losing money. They're believing on them just with what they teaching them. So we're losing money out of our schools or our education system. See what I'm saying? We was making money with these idols and things like that. They're not buying those because they don't even need that anymore. We're losing a lot of money. And we're losing the worship, the adoration and the idolization or whatever of the people. Yeah, I need y'all to kill them. I need go after them hard, persecute them, put this out in government. They were being killed because of their belief. They weren't being killed because they weren't believing. And that was because of the truth of the word. He said, and you shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. You'll be free with the truth. What does narcissists do? Lie. They got diabetes. Why they lie? To keep you around? Because if you knew the truth, if they told you the truth, if they told you the truth from the beginning, you wouldn't even be dealing with them. You wouldn't be there. So they got to keep lying to keep you there and keep you around. But the truth makes you free. So they're not going to tell you the truth. So you have to come to the truth of yourself, of seeing what you see and not denying what you see, and be willing to accept that truth. And that's what's good. That's what's going to free you. Because then after you do that, Yahweh started working with you and showing you some things and what to do. 18. Okay. As you have sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. Why is he sending them to the world? Because it's some more people that got to come out. And so for their sakes, I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth. He didn't say truths with a plural, with an S. It is truth. Neither pray I for these alone. So he was praying for the ones that he was with, that he walked with, that he taught. Now he's saying, neither am I praying just for these. Now who he praying for? Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also, which shall believe on me through their word. So is that I know it's me. I know it's me. I'm here. I'm secured. I am in. I'm not going nowhere. Period, point blank, the end. What they say, like, I was married. Yes, I am. Happily, joyfully, all of that. YAHSHUA, yes, yes, yes. Okay. So are you in that number? Neither I pray for these alone, but for them also, which shall believe on me through their word, that they all may be one, as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, that they also may be one in us, that the world may believe that you have sent me. And the glory which you gave me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. I in them, and you in me, that they may be made perfect in unity. I'm not perfect. I mean, I ain't perfect. Yes, you are. There are 7 steps. 7. That number 7 in Hebrew, I don't know about in other stuff or whatever, 7 might be the number of completion. But in the Hebrew theology, 7 is the number of perfection. And 9 is the number of completion, just like it takes 9 months, 9 solar months for a body and a child to be fully developed in order to receive the spirit in it, just like when Moses was given the tabernacle to build in the wilderness. It took 40 weeks, which is 9 months, and then after it was finished building, Yahweh filled the tabernacle with his spirit. And that's proof of the number 9 being the number of completion. 9 divine attributes, 9 fruits of the spirit, 9 planets in the solar system, 9 vital organs in the body, 9 systems in the body, complete. 7, perfection. The number of man is 6. 5 physical senses, 6 is the psychic sense, but those 6 senses, number of man, has to be one with the spirit, which is Yahweh, and that perfects us. That perfects us. So people, I mean, I'm not perfect, and I'm not perfect, and I'm not perfect. Okay, then get with YAHSHUA so you could be perfect. You could be perfected in the spirit. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say that you're lying. I was going to say, stop lying on the spirit. Well, I'm not going to say that you're lying because I don't know, and I'm not saying that I'm perfect alone and by myself, but I am perfected in YAHSHUA because this is what he just said. I'm not about to make YAHSHUA out to be a liar. He's not a liar. And this is what he just said in his prayer for us and over us. Like, you be wanting people to pray for you, pray for me, pray over me, all that. YAHSHUA did it. And his prayer still stands today. I in them, you in me, that they may be made perfect in unity. Because spirit, soul, body, that is one. That is unity. Right? Well, you got your soul and you got your body, but it operates by Yahweh's spirit. And there is no veil there. The veil was rent in twain. There was a direct line communication between you and Yahweh directly. You do not need a mediator or intercessor because YAHSHUA is that mediator and intercessor. Right? And this was his ancestry prayer. Unity, not a trinity, not a divinity, a unity, right? And that the world may know that you have sent me and have loved them as you have loved me. Seek ye Yahweh with all love Yahweh with all your heart and all your might and all your soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. That you love them as you have loved me. That's the love, right? Father, I will that they also, whom you have given me, be with me where I am. I am was not a name. I am was where he stood. I am is an identity, right? Be with me where I am. Where was he? He was in the Father. He was in the kingdom. That they may be with me where I am. He was inside, in peace, in harmony, in all of that. That they may behold my glory, which you have given me. For you love me before the foundation of the world. Oh, righteous Father, the world has not known you, but I have known you, and these have known that you have sent me, and I have declared unto them your name, and will declare it, that the love wherewith you have given me may be in them, and I in them. And that is the Holy Spirit in you that will love you and keep you. You keep your mind stay. Meditate on his word. Know that he is in you and leading you and guiding you. He said, behold, I knock at the door. That's the door of your heart. The heart sounds like a knocking. The heart sounds like a knocking at the door. He is the door. He comes in. He said, if you receive me, you let me in. He not a rapist. He not finna break in or nothing like that. I'm a knock. You open up the door. Can I come in? Yeah, come in. You open up and you receive me. He said, I will sup with you and you with me. Sup. You finna eat. Everybody fasting. YAHSHUA, in the book, YAHSHUA said, because they asked him all about, well, you got these disciples over here, they fast and these fast and they're fast. You and your disciples, y'all always eating. Why y'all not fasting? He said, when the bride has the groom, she eat. They eat. So we eating, we feasting. We keep feast. He said, but there will come a time when I'm no longer with them and they will fast. They won't have me. So they will fast. But then they will have the Holy Spirit and they will always eat. We always eating. How? From what Yahweh said. He said, man shall not live by bread alone. You won't live by food only. This food ain't even real food. But by every word that proceeds from the mouth of the Father. He already spoke a word of life over you. He already prayed for you. He already prayed and said, hey, they're going to be in the world and you'll be in world situations. But guess what? If you in there, he's already prayed that you be kept from the evil, that your spirit and your soul will not be touched by that evil, that it will not cause you to be dirty, that you will not be down there in the mud with swine-like behavior with an unclean, adulterous, fornicating narcissist. Because that's what they do. That's their behavior. And everything else that go down in between. Again, read Galatians chapter 5, starting at 19, right? It corrupts, it pollutes, it's unclean. It is. And because Yahweh has given them a space to repent and they chose not to, Yahweh, it say in the book, that he's given them over to a reprobate mind. That is that mental, psychological disorder. They had a space, and instead of them doing that, they kept on and kept on and kept on. And what happens? I mean, I don't know. I mean, think about it. You giving somebody a grace period or a space to get it together, get it corrected, and then they just choose not to. They do that in businesses. Don't pay up that bill in 90 days. See what happens. They're gonna write it off. They're gonna get it off their book. It's out of here. We gone now. We ain't dealing with that. Right? It's off. You get rid of it. You get it out. Right? And that's what Yahweh. You got this. Oh, you didn't? Okay. gave them over to a reprobate mind. YAHSHUA said it. Mark 16th chapter, 15th verse. Well, he said, those who will believe shall be saved. Those who will believe not or be in unbelief shall be damned. What does that mean? Be damned. When you damn something, you damn it in to where it doesn't flow or it can't get out. They're damned or imprisoned in their own minds and cannot get out of that, no matter how hard they try. That's why, and these circles or whatever, they say that I mean, not circles, but like and you'll hear Dr. Romney talk about this and stuff too. Because I've searched many different people who have dealt with that, and even I think like the first person that I came into contact with that, she was dealing with that in her marriage, and she was like she built a whole like thing course and stuff like that, and I bought it. Because I'm like, I gotta study this thing. And um what I liked about her was that she focused on the I mean, like, yeah, it's going to give you the information about the narcissist, but even why this is and how the other person, like the person that's on the receiving end of the neglect and abuse and all of that of the narcissist, like that empath or that person, how they may have been groomed in that behavior, just in their family or their religion or something like that, to where they learn to be it was a survival tactic really to comply. Because I mean, think about it. If you grew up in a narcissistic household with the parents or siblings or something like that, I mean, where you gonna go? Where you gonna go until it's time for you to be able to move out? And so you got to survive. You have to survive in that environment, in that house. So then you find ways to do things so that you don't. It's like, uh, and I want to be. I'm going to be abused in some way, shape, form, or fashion. But how can I lessen that abuse? And so you learn to comply, although it oversteps your boundaries and the things that like all of us have an inner knowing of right and wrong and all of that. But um it's like you're trying to lessen it as best you can until you can get out, right? And so it's like her work was to focus on building up that person so that they can start setting boundaries and certain things, so that either one or two things are happening. It wasn't about trying to change the narcissist or getting people to know that that person is a narcissist and what they're doing and all of that, because for the most part nobody's going to believe you in the first place because they got the whole world in their hands basically. And so what you do is just set boundaries, and one or two things going to happen. They will um change, or they'll leave you alone. They'll leave. They'll go. They'll leave. They'll go. They'll divorce you. They'll go on to another person. They'll do all of that, and they talk about that in the scriptures. Like, hey, if they go, let them go. Right? That's what they doing anyway. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They done did that already. So they just trying to keep you on the hook, and you're just trying to get off the hook. Right? It's like they want everybody on the hook. You trying to get off the hook though. It's like you already got 50,000 different hooks. Why you need me as a hook? Cuz a black hole. You're dealing with a black hole. You're dealing with greed. You're dealing with an insatiable type of spirit that is not enough. It's not enough. And Yahweh has to deal with that, right? He definitely has to deal with that. And so this prayer, it's already YAHSHUA already prayed it. Look, I just read it, but YAHSHUA already prayed that prayer for you. You just have to believe. I mean, really, truly believe. This is what was said. Dr. Kinley said this, and I'm gonna end. It's in one of the transcripts. And again, if you weren't here at the beginning, I always start in the beginning where I talk about like a lot of these things that I share is from this teaching. And there's various transcripts of this teaching on the pattern of everything.org. And he said that um I'm trying to remember exactly how he put it. That man, I don't want to butcher what he said. And that's what they're like. I don't want to butcher what he said. And so if I can't remember how he said it, then I'm not. No, shoot. I maybe it'll I can't say it the exact way that he said it, so I'm not gonna say it. But um YAHSHUA wants to save you from that. He wants to save us from the grips of the adversary. He created this earth for his purpose, but there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon and his angels, and they fought. So it was a fight. But the adversary and those angels did not win. They were kicked out of heaven. So then, when they were kicked out of heaven, the heavens rejoiced. The heavens, they rejoiced that it was gone. But then they were kicked out onto the earth. And then he said, woe unto you, inhabitants of the earth, because the adversary has come down unto you. That's in Revelations. And so why we're dealing with these things is because that spirit was here with all of with those angels that were kicked out. But Yahweh put us here in order to cultivate this land and drive that evil out. Just like he took the children of Israel over there in Canaan's land. Canaan's land in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary means material existence. That's what it means. Oh, it's over there on my shelf. I usually have it right here. It's over there on my shelf. But Metaphysical Bible, it means material existence. What is the earth but a material existence? Right? Land, real estate, like all of these things. He said, I'm using you all to drive the evil off the land. So you got to set boundaries. You got to stand up to it. You got to say no. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. They don't like no. They don't like you can't do that here. And they will do all types of things. They will throw hissy fits, adult tantrums, all of that. because it's really like childlike behavior. They will do all of that. But you have to stand. Who are you? Who are you? Are you Yahweh's child? Right? I'm talking about mature. I mean, even as adults, we're still somebody's children. Like both of my parents are gone, but I'm still my parents gone. My grandpa, I have one grandparent left, one. And she even just wrote me a letter not too long ago. Was like, well, I'm getting tired. Now I won't be around too much longer because I'm ready to go. I know all about living and life and spiritual things and all of that. And she lived a long life. I mean, she'll be 91, 92. She 90, either 91, 92. If she say she ready to go, okay, grandma, I'm I continually give her flowers all the time. So, I mean, I may cry, but not like, oh, my grandma gone, not like that. It'll just be really joy, not joy that she's gone, but joy that she went out on her terms, like whatever her and Yahweh worked out. Like she lived the life that she, you know, wanted to live. She experienced joy. She was thankful and grateful. I know that she had YAHSHUA. She taught me. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I might not have money to give you, but I can give you this. I'm like, and I always tell her, Grandma, you gave me the greatest thing that you could possibly give me. Like, it ain't a dollar on a planet that is worth more than this right here. Like with this right here, I can make whatever it is that I do need to make if I want to do that. But if it's gonna keep me away from, if it's gonna divert me in any type of way, then shoot, I don't want it. I mean, not saying I want to be broke. I'm just saying, and I'm just saying that I don't want anything above and beyond, that will take me out of character or cause me to be doing this, that. Like, no, I'm good on that. But because of that, he ends up, it's just like what he did with Solomon. Hey, I need your wisdom in order to do this. Oh, because you asked for wisdom, I'm gonna give you that and great riches. Because if you got wisdom, you can definitely keep this, right? So it's like, thank you, grandma. you know, I'm like, I really would like for you to stay around a little bit longer in order to see, but if she ready to go, I'm not gonna hold her, So that's the thing I'm talking about, like that peace, that love, that joy, that understanding. May Yahweh keep you in perfect peace. And please let your mind be stayed on him. So of course that ends today long session. And if you're new to the channel, again, subscribe. Oh nope, we're gonna go back. I don't know how this got like way off. it got super duper way off. If you're on Facebook, make sure you click that like button and then follow. We do this every Sunday. I mean, not Sunday, Saturdays. Every Saturday. And we take a pause and then we do what we call like an after, like you had a concert. Like this is not a concert, but I'm just saying if you have a concert and then, there's the after party afterwards. we do have an after study at and what time is it? In about, was it, is it 3, 4 o'clock, 3. So in about an hour and a half. So my Zoom room will be open for those of you who want to come in and talk about some things. Then that way we can actually converse. Like right now, we're just, I'm looking at um um comments and I know I can mention the comments or whatever if they are there, but when we're on Zoom, we can actually converse. So again, about an hour, 3, no, 4. Did I say 4 Pacific? No, not 4 Pacific. No, it's 4 Eastern. So it's 3. That's what it is. I'm like, I'm confused. I'm looking at it right here. So yeah, in about an hour. So coachadasa.com, you could go on there to get into the Zoom. And then if you are interested at all in our Forex homeschool, our not Forex homeschool, our online homeschool and Forex education platform, you can go to Coach Hadassah there as well and click on learn Forex homeschooling so that you can see what that's all about. We are teaching our families, really it's for the entire family, the skill set of Forex trading, homeschool curriculum from preschool through 12th grade, and even some um after studies where you can get a certificate or even a degree um using this resource and platform just right within our own platform as well. Um, just throwing out those resources that are available. So I will see you all next time on next Saturday, where we will be doing Study of the Soul, a metaphysical journey, and getting into the actual framework and physiology of our body and how Yahweh truly operates through the physical body. I mean, it's an amazing, an amazing work and task. So you all take care and have the wonderful rest of your day.